I was 2 steps ahead of you, Grace. She was already in the chair. She was already in the chair. Let's get you caped up, baby girl. Let's get you caped up. Bat dog. Bat dog. What up, Muhammad? How's everybody doing? How are we? How are we? Are we good? Are we good? Yes, we're good. We're so good. All right, you ready? You ready? You want peanut? Say please. Say please. Say please. That's a girl. Say please. Yeah. Yes, I did see the new South Park episode. Good shit. They're just gonna trash them all season, it feels like, and I am for it. Go ahead, babes. Go ahead, baby girl. Go ahead. Okay. No, not that far. You can come chill on the bed. You don't have to get off the bed. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good girl. Hi. Did you see her response to the episode? No, I did not. Can you link it? Let's see. Let's take a look. Let's take a look-see. What did Kirsty... What? Listen, Mika, don't worry. Kirsty Gnome is not hiding under the bed. I will protect you from her, okay? I promise. No Kirsty Gnome is gonna come and try to kill you, okay? I swear. Just, can you find a link for me? And then just drop it in the chat. They're losing their minds, Muhammad. You're 100% right. And it's so beautiful. You've never seen anything quite like it, let me tell you, quite frankly. They're so upset. So upset. Hi. Hello. They're so angry, so very angry, okay? But listen, those demonic Democrats, they're just haters of Trump. For news stuff, we don't have to worry about copyright. Epstein, he was a great guy, let me tell you. He likes young women, okay? We've been friends for a very long time. A few years later, never heard of the guy, never heard of him, okay? I don't even know who he is. He did what? Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm trying to switch my account. Come on. Okay, very good. Very good. Let's go. Let's go! You're so close. You're so close right now. All right.
Its latest
Whoa,
episode.
YouTube got a new, YouTube got a whole new look. Look at this. What? This is matching, they updated it to match the new iOS software. Ha! I love it. You said 25 seconds? Oh, I see. Because they're showing some of the South Park, yeah. That's why you were worried about copyright. I wonder what he was telling him in the at the party. I don't know, man. But they were laughing about it. It was a very funny joke. So funny, you wouldn't understand, okay? You wouldn't understand. It's for very smart people. They are. And Paramount is like standing behind them too, which is really cool of them. All right.
Easy to just constantly make fun of women for how they look. If they wanted to.
That's what's happening. Chrissy, have you ever fucking watched an episode of South Park? What a fucking stupid thing to say. Anybody who's watched South Park knows that's a stupid thing to say.
To criticize my job, go ahead and do that, but clearly they can't. They just pick something petty like that.
This week's episode savagely mocked her Ice Barbie reputation.
Is that it? Is that her only response? Tom fucking Homan, that guy's such a retard. What did he have to say in his retard voice?
Border czar Tom Homan also condemned the episode's timing, given recent assaults on ICE agents.
We're up over 830% increase on assaults on ICE agents. They feel emboldened the more and more they see this bad rhetoric coming out. So
Yeah, because your immigration policy is not widely supported. Like, you're in the negative when you started way in the positive on immigration approval.
I thought the parody was just in bad form.
Kristi Noem's reaction is a stark contrast to what Vice President J.D. Vance had to say after he was
Listen, Christie's great. Okay, she killed a dog. I hate dogs. And they used the J.D. Vance fucking meme. Oh, that's so good. That's so great. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, it's very insulting. This was such a big meme. And they like fanned his cheeks out. Quite rude. Quite rude.
On South Park, well,
Man, copyright sucks. That's all she said? Is that really all she said? I mean, I don't think they're gonna save us, but I think they're fighting. And the reason why it's a big deal, Muhammad, is, I mean, you might know this already. South Park carries a lot of capital among the culture. Another side of things. What's this? Oh, I love the Charlie Kirk stuff too. That was fun. How they made fun of Charlie Kirk. 130% increase in ICE assaults. There's 300% increase in agents, so there's room for improvement. For anybody watching, the views of my chat do not necessarily reflect the views of Jordan. Especially the guy who literally uses basically my name. I agree, I still think it's not enough. Well, obviously it's not enough, right? It's going to take more than that. Fuck off, Ryan. Who missed the... Oh, Charlie Kirk missed the point? Yeah, but he's taking it on the chin too, right?
Portrayal of him, and surprisingly, had a pretty good sense of humor about it.
What's on your mind? I gotta be honest. That clip was hilarious.
Both Kirk and his podcast guest even acknowledged how accurate the parody was, right down to the water bottle.
Comedy Central, South Park, you crushed the water.
In the show, both Cartman and Mackey's are...
South Park, Paramount is like so crazy about. And, oh shit. Did I just go down? Oh no, that's weird. My my stream on my end went down, but it's still up. That was weird. I checked, everything was fine. Just like had a little internet speed bump. Yeah, I know, it did for me too. But then once I refreshed, it was back out. And my session info says it didn't restart back to 0. It says I'm still live. 12 and a half minutes. That was weird. How bizarre. It's Paramount. They're trying to stop me.
Called Defend the Homeland, aimed at aggressively recruiting ICE agents to, quote, remove the worst of the worst from the U.S. South Park clearly runs with this, exaggerating it into scenes of ICE literally abducting innocent children from a Dora the Explorer concert and detaining angels in the clouds. And when it comes to Kristi Noem's character, South Park doesn't hold back there either. Noem is portrayed as a trigger-happy ICE boss with a melting face, a not-so-subtle jab at public speculation over her real-life Botox.
I am the Senate.
No, Daniel.
Field appearance. In the episode, Noem spends most of her screen time gunning down puppies, seemingly for sport. It's brutal, cartoonish, and unfortunately, not entirely fictional. Last year in her own memoir, Noem admitted to shooting her 14-month-old family dog, Cricket, for being, quote, untrainable. The revelation sparked nationwide backlash, with critics calling it cruel and heartless. South Park cranks that scandal up, even portraying Noem walking into a Pets Galore, only to hear gunshots and crying puppies in the end credits. Noem, unlike Kirk, has stayed silent for now. Meanwhile, the show shifts its focus to Vice President J.D. Vance, who's reimagined as Trump's pint-sized sidekick in a bizarre version.
This is just too hard to watch without dealing with potential copyright. What a pain in the ass. Some bitch. Some bitch. Let me see. What does this say? Did I drop a bunch of frames on the network? Let's see. I think my internet just had a weird little blip or something. That appears to be the case. Alright. It's the government! The government trying to come and take my baby! Alright, let's see. What are we gonna look at? So we're early. Tiny's still streaming. Before we really dive into shit, it's the CIA. CIA is on your side. Oh, that sounds way better, actually. FBI is on your side. It's closer to nationwide. Uh-oh. Mossad? It's Mossad. No, it's Mossad. Cyanide will get you high. What's this? Maybe
that's our friend!
watch a little bit of Destiny while we wait. Tiny's always got good content.
This is the guy that's helping us with friends like that. Who needs enemies? What the? Like, how much of a f***ing hell Satan spawned demon piece of shit? How demonic do you have to be to be like, yeah, this is how Comey trying to rig it for the Democrats. Bro, I know that Mr.
You having trouble? You having trouble, Potato? Potato Computer? Not America, I'll never go there. See, Dubai is more safe now. It depends on where you live. I'm in a nice, bougie, safe area.
Shirt hanging on for dear life, like he's one of the last people on the f***ing Titanic. I know this guy's not about to call her fat. No shot. No shot. When this guy looks more trans than Michelle Obama does, I know this guy's not about to attack her for. Wait, I spoke too early. I know that he's not about to be the one that does. I know he's not about to be the one that does. I know he's not going to do it.
She is. Because
How well could she be eating? She needs to drop a few.
We're careful to ensure the investigation not become public, as they fear that if Trump lost, it would. However, after the election, making America,
Donald Trump is
making America buff again. Yes. Donald Trump is like, what? You know, buff doesn't just mean fat, right?
trying to make America fit again. They're bringing back the presidential fitness test for schools,
boy.
requiring students to do things like run a mile and pull-ups.
I thought that this was already. I wanted to say it's called Pacer, but that's not. That's the login system. Is it?
I don't really think that's that big of a deal that they're bringing back the fitness test. Everybody's like freaking out about it, and it just doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me. I haven't heard any like really good arguments that are like, oh, this is terrible. Oh my God, you're testing our kids' fitness is fucking awful. Dubai is safer for immigrants. That's my point. Maybe even Europe is better than Trump's seen America. I mean, it depends. A lot of people die in like Dubai who are immigrants who get worked to death. I don't know if it's like blanket safer. I think it just depends on where you are. Do I not mingle? There are a lot of black Jews, Ryan. What are you talking about? Ethiopia has like a ton of Jews. And a lot of them moved to Israel. Israel and Ethiopia. And we have a lot of brown Jews. A lot of brown Jews. Is that like your Australia? I guess so. It's hard in other Gulf countries, I think. What do you mean? Like immigrating in other Gulf countries? Or being a Jew in other Gulf countries? Both of those are probably true, to be honest. Cosmic! What is up? Oh, for you. Morocco's nice, though, right? I think Jordan could pass for both sides depending on what hat he wears. I'm, I present politically non-binary. Welcome to Morocco. It's hot here. I actually lived in Niger for a couple years. It's quite nice here temperature-wise, but in my room it gets particularly humid and stuffy for some reason. I know. I blow a lot of smoke. What can I say? Nice. So sorry, I said Niger, the country. So I lived in Niamey, not Algiers. In in West Africa. Yep. And it's like all of this is like the Sahara Desert, and like people really only live here. Where do I keep the pickle? Up my ass, Ryan. Just for you. You smell my ass, Grace? That's gross. If you want to sell the Riviera, go to Casablanca. So yeah, I lived here in Niamey. I literally just got out of the shower before I came over here. That Jubilee guy was fucking nuts. He lost his job. He lost his job for that. Close to the Toyota guys? Wait. Who's the Toyota guys? Yes, I used soap, Grace. You're policing my bathing habits? His beautiful face takes maintenance, okay? The 9/11 dudes? Isn't that here? Weren't they Saudis? Shampoos his scalp and nothing else. Well, you know, it's where all the attention is drawn, so. They're also in West Africa, also close to Niger and Mali. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Mind you, I lived in Niamey like 32, 33 years ago when I was just a little baby. So I don't really remember anything but like a couple flashes, like a couple really, you know, really fleeting memories. I was a baby. My nanny used to carry me around in a sling on her back like a real African baby. Next time someone calls me a white colonizer for supporting Israel, I'll be like, oh yeah? Well, I got carried around strapped in a sling on my nanny's back in Africa when I was a baby. Okay. Is that white colonizer behavior? Saying it out loud, it does kind of sound like white colonizer behavior. The country was people who annoy you. It's pronounced Niger, okay? Or Niger. Whiteys, American whiteys say Niger. Easy. It's a country. It doesn't get... Oh, you got auto-modded? Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Bro, that's hateful. Oh, auto mod. We're getting all the auto mods right now. Everybody getting auto modded for fucking naming a country. That's fucked up. The Nigerians are like, bro, what is this? What is this? You fuck me. It's a keyboard problem. You didn't even say it. That's why you didn't get auto-modded. Try saying it. See what happens. This way, too. Spell it like this. Watch, you're going to get auto-modded. I didn't because I'm the streamer.
Heat something. What am I thinking of? Did they stop doing this? The presidential fitness test, was that it? I don't think this is actually a bad thing.
Yeah.
Oh, is it called
you.
Okay.
Direct. That's what I was saying. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. I don't know why people are so upset about it. This is one of those situations where I'm like, when you get upset about something like this, that takes away credibility from us. Because this isn't a bad thing. It's fine to do the presidential fitness test. And then we just end up looking like a bunch of wackos who, like, have to hate Trump so badly that we're like, fitness? Casper! Dubs for Casper, everybody. She's going to be the first, she and Cosmic are going to be the first ones with the badass badge, with the coolest badge. Yeah, you got it. You got to make fun of it.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Victoria. How you doing?
What are you guys doing? What are you talking about?
Oh, we just got in here, so we're just chilling right now. Just hanging out.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
What's going on with you?
I just got home just a little bit ago. I was up and out like since 7 a.m.
Oof.
So I'm just in bed, just kind of chilling.
Just chilling. Anything you want to talk about in particular, or you just came to hang?
You know what sucks? Like, right before I got home, I like had all these like things. Like my mind was going a million miles a minute. It's like I want to talk about this and this and this, and then things happen, and I'm just
You
like,
forget about all that. And then you're like, what
yeah,
am I talking
exactly.
about?
I'm like, oh, I was on a roll, and I'm like,
Well,
But
when
it'll
you
come
think
to
of them,
me.
yeah. When it comes to you, just
I mean,
let me
I
know.
was gonna message you and be like, so what are you guys gonna talk about?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't have like too much.
try
I
and
mean,
think
there's a
about
few
it before I-
things. I, for one, am really pretty sad about Jim Lovell dying. Sad one for space nerds like me.
Yeah.
But you know, he was 97, so.
Mm-hmm.
But he never did get to go to the moon. I feel like after that, though, you're probably like, fuck that. I'm never getting in one of those again. You know?
Mm.
You'll be like, that's enough. That's enough almost dying in space for me.
Yeah.
And so I wore my Apollo 13 shirt for the stream today.
Very nice.
Yep. Just for, you know, solidarity with Tom Hanks. For those of you who haven't seen the Apollo 13 movie, Tom Hanks played Jim Lovell.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a sad one. But yeah, he was 97. I said it in chat, and I feel so tired. I don't know if I feel so tired is here in chat right now. But he replied to me in Destiny's chat, and he was like, you know, it's so sad. He was so young. And I was like, yeah, 96, you know, obviously being sarcastic. And I was like, yeah, you know, 97, so spry. And he goes, freshly 97. Which there's this meme. There's a meme for that. Yeah, he's dead, Muhammad. He died today. There was this meme. There was this whole thing. Oh, I don't even want to go into like all the details, but there was this girl who was claiming some form of like sexual assault, which like after explaining it, everybody telling their story, her telling her story, it was really more of like, okay, you were uncomfortable, but nothing actually really happened, right? But she was, you know, people were acting, you know, the far lefties were acting about it like she basically got fucking raped, right?
Yeah.
And like part of her little video when she was talking about it, you know, like through tears, she's like, I was freshly 18. So that's sort of like a internet meme now. So he said freshly 97. I just fucking lost it.
The whole thing's for the context.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. James Lovell. Rest in peace. We'll have new astronauts going to the moon soon, though. SpaceX just said they feel they will be on track for a 27 launch for Artemis 3. That would be huge. Artemis 2 should be next year, I think. Either next year or this year. We'll see. April of next year. Hang on. So, Muhammad, I'll show you. So, Tom Hanks in Apollo 13 played the mission commander of the Apollo 13 mission, James Lovell. So, this is Tom Hanks in the role. So, yeah, James Lovell was the mission commander of the Apollo 13 mission. Which, as we know, was a successful failure, is kind of how they put it. Because, you know, the odds of them coming back after that were really slim, but they managed to get them back safe. What's this? Croatian language. No. Are you familiar with the mission, Muhammad? The Apollo 13 mission?
Nigga.
Yo, Grace, are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh my god. I'm not playing it. So, Apollo 13 mission was... No, I'm not playing it, dude. I can't play that. That's fine. That's not what he just said. When he said it, it was not Croatian. When Speed said it, it was not Croatian. I can't do that. I'm going to get in trouble. So the Apollo 13 mission was the plan to be the third landing on the moon. On the way, when they went to stir the oxygen tanks, a faulty wire caused one of the tanks to explode, basically putting a big hole in the side of the ship and starting to vent all of their air. And so the three astronauts had to find a way to turn around and get home, and so they used the moon's gravity to come back. On the way back, they had to figure out how to preserve their oxygen, lower the levels of CO2, keep their fuel low, lower the amount of power usage, and there were all of these things stacked against them for them to get home and survive. But they did end up getting home and surviving, so that's why they call it like the most successful failure of the space program. I highly recommend you watch the movie. It's a great movie. Like I said, Tom Hanks stars as Jim Lovell, the guy who just died today. It's also got Kevin Bacon, Gary Sinise. Great cast, great film. Really good. One of my favorites. Yeah. Won 2 Oscars. I didn't even know it won 2 Oscars. What did it win? Couldn't have been like the big ones. It was nominated for Best Picture, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress. What did it win? It won Best Sound and Best Editing. Great movie. Absolute winner. I want to show the trailer. I hope YouTube doesn't freak out. Is it going to freak out for a trailer? Come on. Jesus. Just running slow today.
Apollo 13 flight controllers, give me a go, no-go for launch.
You know that Easter vacation trip we had planned for Acapulco?
Procedures. Go. Control.
Go flight. There might be a slight change in destination.
Really?
Maybe say the moon.
Booster. Go. Retro.
We're go flight.
GNC.
We're go.
And I take the controls and I steer it around.
FAO.
We're go flight.
For a nice, soft landing on the moon. Better than Neil Armstrong.
Does it bother you that the public regards this flight as routine?
There's nothing routine about flying to the moon. I can vouch for that.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
The clock is running.
Houston, we have cleared the tower at 1313.
Okay, guys. We're going to the moon. This is the crew of the Apollo 13, wishing everyone back on Earth a pleasant evening. Houston, we have a problem. We got a wicked shimmy up here. Houston, we are venting something out into space. It's definitely a gas of some sort.
Flight, the heart rates are skyrocketing.
The Apollo 13 spacecraft is apparently losing breathing oxygen. The emergency has ruled out any chance of a lunar landing.
Why are so many people here? Something broke on your daddy's spaceship.
I have a request from the news people.
Take it up with my husband. He'll be home on Friday.
Flight, we have lost of radio contact.
Econ, what's your data telling you?
It's reading a quadruple failure. That can't happen. It's got to be instrumentation.
The ship's bleeding to death.
This rate, we're going to skip right out of the atmosphere, and we're never going to get back.
We're looking at less than 15 minutes of life support in the Odyssey.
We never lost an American in space. We're sure as hell not going to lose one on my watch.
Odyssey, do you read me?
How long does it take to power up
This
the
is a
lamp?
great. This is
2
another
hours by
really
the
good one.
checklist.
We don't have that much time.
And it's based on a true story, so you'll learn something with it. So in American culture, I don't know so much about now because people are fucking idiots now, but at least when I was growing up in American culture, Apollo 13 was a really important thing, a point of American pride that these men almost died in space and we managed to get them home safely. So yeah, Apollo 13, very good, very good. I love that movie as a kid. I love it now. Great movie. You fan of that movie, Victoria? No. Wait, the FedEx movie? Do you mean Castaway?
The order that I'll sign today in a few moments directs the
I think
council
it's
to develop strategies to
the
improve
one where he gets stranded on the island. That's Castaway, I think.
America's physical fitness and renew the American spirit, excellence, competitiveness, and sportsmanship.
Health, fitness, sports,
What is this motherfucker? Wow, Zero. Thank you, Zero.
nutrition, all of it. I think learning that at a young age sets you up for.
Oh no, wait, never mind. I thought this was Hokel or whatever. I always this guy's name up. I don't know. Did I get it right? Nope, not that one. Wait, what's the name of the, not it's not Lutnick, it's the is it the ice guy? This guy. Homan. It's not Homan though.
Success in life, and without it, you're at a lesser place for it.
Help our youth be healthy and thrive.
The importance of living a healthy, active lifestyle cannot be any more important than nowadays.
And as it goes with most Trump directives, the left is not into the health push. According to New York Times op-ed, thinness is a right-wing obsession.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, he's also got like a million fucking people talking to him at the same time. He's read my chats quite a few times though, which is pretty cool. But yeah, he's got like so many people talking to him. He can't possibly read all of them, you know.
The writers doubled down on a podcast, going as far as to imply that it's racist to be health conscious.
Are they just part of the general environment right now, which is kind of like okay with being unabashedly pro-skinny?
I think what happened with the body positivity movement is it got co-opted by the wellness movement. And so people stopped using language like, oh, I'm doing this to be thin. I'm doing this to be healthy. Healthy was always synonymous with thinness in the mainstream. And also, it's very white.
Like, don't be fooled. Do not be fooled. Do not be fooled. Do not be fooled, okay? It's tempting to lash out at these people, okay? Because these people are very good. But the only reason we even know, raise your hand in class if you had any idea about any of these people prior to Fox News showcasing them. That's the only reason we know. What is this, New York Times op-ed podcast? Who the knows/cares? Who gives a
Okay, and liberals are still losing it over the Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ad campaign. Pop star Lizzo responded with the caption, "My jeans are black." And we also should say that American Eagle has released a statement saying Sydney Sweeney has great jeans, and it's always been about the jeans. They appreciate everybody who's wearing their jeans. I've always loved American Eagle jeans. All right, where do we start here? I think let's start with the presidential fitness test. When I was in 6th grade, Joey,
I know,
we had to
so
run a
he
mile
doesn't
in the morning
read
to
it
hike the Grand
maybe
Canyon at the end of the
much.
year.
Maybe
I thought
he's
that was
doing it to
great.
be informative.
And now kids are going to be able to do this in
yeah.
schools again.
Yeah,
I mean, it
in
depends.
6th grade, they were running a mile every morning. Do you think that's true?
It depends on like what he's talking about. Sometimes he'll need it, sometimes he won't.
Ever.
I mean, we don't want fat, lazy kids, right? We just don't want that. Our country needs people that can run towards danger and run away from danger, and not sit there and look up on their phone what is danger. And that's who our kids have turned into. We've done this to them. We poison them with the food. We hand them an iPad or an iPhone instead of kicking them out of the house and telling them to go get hurt. And
When was physical fitness test removed? I'm not sure. I never heard that it was removed. I didn't even know that. I have no idea. I do know that any time Democrats talk at all about having healthier food in schools or doing anything that's better for children ever, all of these guys. Also, you can tell by this dude's accent. You know what state this guy comes from. Okay, this guy, like the peripheral vision, it's like 4 people per, field of vision because of how fat everybody in this dude's ho-dunk random bullshit in town is to come out here and talk to us about like.
Jeans again, shut the fuck
Anything
up.
yeah,
The fucking
anytime the Democrats ever talk about any of
so
this, they'd be like, oh, actually, health is communist or whatever. They'd always like, I remember Michelle Obama got so much for saying like, hey, maybe kids should like eat vegetables. And Republicans were like, how are they going to fit vegetables in their stomach when they're, insert phone, so whatever there. I don't know. I don't know if this has to do as much with school though or with, oh no, support physical activity for all, offering more opportunities to be physically active in communities and supporting comprehensive physical activity programs in
I got
schools.
some drunken noodles. Hell yeah.
I don't know if the presidential fitness test is the way to get there, but it's at least a forward.
Yeah, I went into the kitchen. I was like, time to
fucking tasty.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. It was a great campaign, but they seem to have backed down. What are you talking about, Cosmic? Oh God! When people spell America with a K, it triggers the fuck out of me, Muhammad. I'm just letting you know. I don't know why. Well, I think it's because like the far lefties do that, and so it bothers the fuck out of me. You know what it is though? There's one particular far lefty in my Discord server who does that, and that's why it triggers me. And Victoria, you already know who I'm talking about. There's
far
one
lefty. What?
far lefty in the Discord server who spells America with a K.
Are you sure? That's funny. I
Yeah.
like it.
You've never seen him do that?
Who are you talking about?
Leo.
Is Leo in the chat right now?
No.
He's Italian. What are you talking about?
He spells America with a K because...
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, sometimes he
other
spells
countries
it...
and other languages, they spell it with a K too sometimes.
No.
But I think I don't think he does that.
Yeah, sometimes he spells it with 3 Ks. He knows what he's doing.
He's just a young man that was probably born on the internet.
Yep.
Jokes, I guess. I don't know. It's hard for me. 'Cause I'm old as shit. And also, I didn't live on the internet. I mean, I was exposed to it a lot because of, how I grew up. But yeah, sometimes I can't really read. Like, I can't really read into what Leo's actually saying. Like, how serious he's actually being.
I mean, my read on him is he's usually pretty serious.
But I know you guys talk in VC sometimes.
Yeah, we do.
I can recognize trolling and all that, but some of that shit goes like real. And it's not just him, but that shit goes like real.
Yeah, I mean, but like a lot of the time, like if it's like Thanos or like with Thanos, if he goes a little far, I can usually just talk to him and he's like, oh, that's my bad. And then he'll like sometimes do it again,
Well,
but
Thanos,
he's not
honestly
trying to
does
be
go out. I appreciate him because like he does try to go out and learn
He
subjects,
does.
or at least
Yeah.
like talk to you about it.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll say shit, but I'm generally like okay with it. I mean, sometimes it's a little
Yeah.
childish, but he's
Leo's
young
mind
too.
is incredibly made up. You just don't
It's
speak another
incredibly what?
language is the issue. Cosmic, you could make that argument if he didn't often also spell it intentionally with 3 Ks.
Well, I think
And I
most of the
do
time
speak
he's just
another
trying to get a
language. What are you
rise out of
talking
you.
about? I do speak another language, Cosmic. What are you talking about? What were you saying, Victoria? He's trying to get a rise out of me, you think?
I said, yeah, I think, and I mean to an extent the others, but they're just trying to get a rise out of you, and I don't know, because they're bored and they want entertainment, I suppose.
Maybe.
But for me, um, and like, I'll like, I'll say something here and there, but I don't. I sometimes I just really don't know. And I mean, I've noticed that with others. I'm not gonna drop names or anything like that, but that might just also be the difference between like I literally didn't grow up with the dank memes and trolling people like on the
Yeah.
internet and like that stuff.
Yeah.
Like don't get me wrong, I spent a lot of time, but I just that's and also because like I'm older, like I wasn't in maybe kind of the I don't know if saying the more degenerate years. All you bored, like like some of the old services that I hear like kids born like in the 90s or 2000s talk about. I'm like, oh man, I was in my career at that time. So I mean, I get it, but I have noticed, like again, I have noticed that, and especially with younger folks, there's just a lot more time spent online. So maybe that contributes to this, just digital culture of whatever.
Not taking things
But
very seriously a lot of the
I don't
time.
know how. I do think that there's he does feel a certain way or does believe in what he's saying. To what degree, I assume he's humane. He doesn't like wish death upon people, etc. But yeah, I don't really know. But
Sometimes I'm not so
with the
sure.
others, like Josh will do that. Josh will do that, and then he'll get upset at me when I find something offensive, and it'll be just like for me, it's usually disrespect, and disrespect for like the dead or like military things and like other stuff like that. And kind of the
Yeah.
attitude that I kind of get is like, oh, it's just it's just a meme, it's just a joke, and I'm like, I don't fucking even know that
Yeah.
because it'll come
Like,
from people who are like, anti-military or like
yeah.
I'm like, I don't
I say
actually,
stuff when they do
I have
that.
no way of knowing that, but what I know is it's pretty gross.
I say stuff when they do shit like that. I don't like it. Bugs me.
I mean, I think like having a discussion about what's going on with Israel, Palestine, and Iran, and all that stuff. Like those different views. I like that, but the thing is, what is the exact what are they exactly saying? It's just like that the Jews just the Israelis just want to like kill everybody and
Yeah, that's the thing
like
that
at the end of the
bothers me.
day, I'm
It's
like,
just
so
it's
what are
just a
you getting
brain
at?
dead. It's just brain dead. It's like it's not very thoughtful.
I'm looking for, so what do you want to do about it?
Yeah.
Or what should be the case then? Besides
Well,
just like
I mean, like if you ask
obvious
Leo,
shit like Iran or any group has a right to self-determination. I'm like, okay, ... and but that not even that comes up. It's just more of it's an apart and and then that just really tells me or signals to me it's like there's a assuming that it's not just pure trolling and bullshit on the internet, because again, like I don't know I don't know him personally. I don't know him like that, so I have no idea. But it does, to me, if it's not just pure trolling or just inappropriate joking on his part, it like kind of just signals I'm like, all right, well, there's something deeper going on there. And I think that there is, and I sympathize with that. But the way that he expresses that is just, I don't really know like, what to say there.
Yeah.
It's kind of
like realistically, maybe sometimes there's like a level of trolling, but to be honest, like I think a lot of the time there isn't. It's just he's like really
I mean, you
hardcore.
also go off though. You get all like.
Yeah, but I only ever
and
go
the
off.
You're all cranky and shit.
I
like
only
that. And
yeah, but I only ever go off.
The things you say too.
Sure, but I only ever do it as a response. I'm never the one who initiates like the crazy shit.
Oh no, I agree. No, totally.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because like I don't like to have those kinds. I don't like those conversations to be like that. I want to have like reasoned discussions and shit, right? I want to be able to talk these things through and like work through disagreements because like you talk to me, you know, you end up.
Well, like I'd like to talk about like for me like it's like okay, well there's this a moral dilemma here with like the humanitarian side of it, and then and these kind of things, and it's like how do we square that? What do we do about this rather than just like, well, if Iran didn't do this, or if Israel did that, or just kind of pointing blame. And don't get me wrong, it's not that it's not useful to kind of dissect, what exactly has been going on each side, but I just see it as a, sometimes, and I'm not saying just here, but sometimes it just comes down to a matter of, is this a just war argument? Like,
yeah,
got to do it.
Well,
here's
realistically, from my perspective, and obviously not everyone's going to agree with this, the war itself is just. I think the argument to me is their conduct just? Because
interesting, yeah.
Realistically, like, there's no arguing about it. Hamas, a terrorist group, invaded the country and slaughtered civilians en masse, right? So yeah, to me, like, you cannot continue to like tolerate that being the government of the area situated right on your border, right? Like
like that part one, like that's a more fruitful discussion to have,
right.
And then like the part two of that is follow like, or is it it's a conduct, and I think that's interesting to talk about.
I think so too, because there is a lot of conduct that I think is worth very strong criticism. I think the problem there is right now is like a huge faction of like the pro-Palestine contingent just doesn't even want to get to that part. They just think all of it is unjust because of the history. And when I talk to them, most of them literally only know one side of the history. And so you don't even really get to go to the point of like having what I think is the relevant discussion about, is the conduct just? Because you're stuck being like, hey, like, you can't allow someone like this on your border. You just can't allow that. That's not something that countries are going to be okay with anywhere, because they're still like, well, it shouldn't even be a country.
Yeah, but at this point, I'm looking at, okay, so we got 50,000 plus dead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hate to make this
60,000. 60,000.
Yeah, I figured it was more. I was trying to be middle of the road there, and I understand, they still have the hostages, but this is just a matter of.
We also don't know.
So
at
what point?
So
it's just
here's another problem.
Weighing that.
The reason they say 60,000 is because it is within the interest of Hamas not to distinguish the civilian dead from the combatant dead.
So, okay, even if that was true, put that in half, 30,000.
Yeah.
20,000. 10,000. So I'm not going to go so far to say like 100 versus, or something like that.
So if we take a
look.
My
point is that I understand, and like that they may not be reporting, and of course that's all a whole problem.
It's a whole other conversation.
Because we can't get report. We can't.
Let's say we do half. Let's say we do half, right? Which I wouldn't grant that. I'd probably say like 2 for every one, right? So 2/3 are civilians to 1 combatant. But let's say we do half. But even 2-1, right? That's actually remarkable, ratio-wise, if we look at similar urban conflicts. I don't
That's
think...
not, but that's the thing. It's like, okay, well, their statistics are pretty good, comparatively speaking, which is not really comparative to other conflicts, but I'm just talking about civilian and, like, particularly women and children and things like that.
I understand.
At what point, and that's where I have kind of that divide, which is like, at what point, and I don't mind hearing arguments or, points of that kind of,
well, let me sort of lay out
deprioritize that.
Yeah, let me sort of lay out the position. When we look at proportionality, when we look at the number of dead in a conflict, how many people have died, and I've said this before, is not a number that really ever gets looked at. The ratio generally is the number that gets looked at. If we looked at the number of people who died, this war is actually not even.
You're just trivializing civilian deaths.
No,
I'm
being honest about the situation. I think
I'm being honest about like a small area, and like that's like kind of irrelevant to me, to be quite honest.
So why is
saying,
okay? So I guess maybe I should ask, why is it that this particular group of people deserves a much higher attention as to the number of people who are died compared to the other conflicts that are going on around the world?
I'm not saying they should.
But that's the way people act.
Yeah, exactly.
So if we look at Sudan, a lot more people have died in Sudan. By like...
Absolutely. But right now, the media spotlight is on this issue.
Right. Why?
Yeah, specifically that.
Why do we think
and
that
I mean, that's what you hear everybody fucking arguing.
Yeah.
They're usually misinformed.
Right. So I guess, like, my issue is, when I talk about the situations, how we look at proportionality, how we determine how many people have died, right? What's an acceptable level of proportionality? The idea, the question, like, how many people will it take? Like, that's just not something that comes into a proportionality calculation. If you look at it that way, the number is going to be 0 every time, right? Because you don't want any civilians to die.
I mean, the military, I mean, that's like factored in, but anyway. But yeah, ideally, you don't want civilians.
My understanding is it generally is more about a ratio, right? Like, a lot more civilians died in Iraq. A lot more civilians died in Afghanistan. So, and again,
well, I don't
like,
know.
I'm not
again,
trying
like,
to...
I'd have to look at the numbers. Like, if you're just talking about a ratio, then sure.
Well,
this is really kind of besides the point, though.
I'm
like,
taking the general question of, like, how many people is too many, or how many is, do we need to stop? And I'm saying, well, there were a lot more.
And I don't think there's a hard number, like, it's, what the calculation of that is, that's going to depend. And that's going to depend for every conflict and what's going on in particulars there. But I do feel like, this is getting a little bit much, like, in that we need to come to some kind of...
So what
I don't know, this needs to be workshopped.
Yeah, I want to end the conflict I want to end the conflict as much as anybody.
How? And that's my question, is how is that
Hamas
to be
has
done?
to release the hostages and disband.
I can tell you, OG Jews will tell me, you got to hunt the rats out.
I want Hamas to disband, disarm, and I want the hostages back. That's what needs to happen.
That's what you want, but, that's not necessarily what will happen.
Well, I'm unfamiliar.
Well, we would love it if they just, threw away their, rocket launchers and gave this, the hostages back.
I mean, they could end this war tomorrow by doing that. It would be done. It would be over.
And so they haven't. So what other options do we have?
You gotta go in and get them. I mean, that's the option.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the war goal. Those are the war goals.
Well, I hope they do that soon so we can get this all wrapped up. I hope
so too. I think we're getting closer, especially now that the Arab League came out and basically said Hamas needs to do just that. So that's 37 Arab countries. So 22 Arab countries in the Arab League, and then an additional 17 Arab countries all came out and said
And
Hamas
if they
needs to
don't,
disband.
then what? If Hamas doesn't do this voluntarily, then what happens?
I mean, it looks like, and I don't support this, but it looks like Israel's going to occupy the Strip.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. I don't want that. I don't want an
I
occupation.
mean, I'm not
of
gonna
the Strip.
say over air like what I would do for the objective of, retrieving the hostages and expelling.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I've heard a lot of different. I've heard a lot of like different suggestions, positions from a lot of different people on ways to do them, and I haven't heard a single one when you realistically examine them that is better than the approach that Israel is using. However, that being said, I do believe that there is a level of, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a lack of like care as to how many people die from the IDF, right? So like the idea that it's a genocide, I don't think is realistic, right? Because genocide requires intent. And I don't see a situation where Israel is trying to wipe out the Palestinian people. But I definitely see a lack of, sort of like a lot of people die and they're just like, well, it has to be done. And that's not great. If you look at the actions, there are a lot of things they do to try to avoid civilian death. But then at the same time, you have Hamas, who, like, when Israel calls and tells, hey, we're going to bomb this building to civilians in the building, Hamas is telling them, don't you dare leave, right? Don't leave, you're martyrs, blah, 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 and they stay there and they die. So there are so many catch-22s. Almost every approach here is met with an issue of a catch-22. And I think there is another really, really important thing to say, right? If we compare like other bombing campaigns that have done similar amounts of like infrastructural damage, I think it's important to note that the amount of people, per the amount of area destroyed is like way lower, right? If we look at Dresden, for example, where they destroyed, let's see, how much of Dresden was destroyed on pain. Around 50 to 60% of the buildings, right? And let's see. Germany says 200,000. There were tolls as high as 500,000. Some tolls are way lower, but a lot higher than the amount of people who died in Gaza, basically. And
I'm still, I mean,
and the
it still
damage
sounds
in
like you're
Gaza
just
is
saying
probably
that,
way
like,
farther.
well, more people died in, this war or this conflict.
Well,
so
no, because I'm
it's
comparing
not that bad.
similar operations. It's really important to look at this, right? Because people say Israel is doing like indiscriminate bombing, i.e. they are not caring if civilians die or not. But realistically, the data doesn't match that, is what I'm trying to point out.
That they're not I'm sorry, repeat that they're not intentionally hitting
Killing
civilians.
civilians, yes. They're targeting combatants. And then civilians
Yeah, I mean,
dying
and like, a lot of these wars or sort of similar ones, I mean, I think I want to say that, yeah, they try to typically avoid that, although that gets a little tricky depending on the conflict in the region.
And in this conflict, it's particularly.
And there's always going to be bad apples and
Mhm.
other, interest.
But
So
I mean,
it's
they
gonna
have
happen
made
anyway.
millions of phone calls to civilians to try to get them to evacuate buildings.
I know that, and I'm not demonizing all of them. You know, I just, again, I think it's more. Well, I mean, and you know, this is something, you know, I'll have to write down for talking points later because I have all my, you know, I'll have all the history and
I also
chronology.
talk about this all the time, so you know.
Yeah, like it takes my brain, like you know,
Yeah.
it's like, all right, let me go through the history of
Right.
1,000 years and catch up on things because, you know, also in my timeline, I mean, the rocket fire going back and forth. I mean, this has been going on since I was a kid.
Yeah. I mean,
That's why sometimes I troll
it's
you with,
something
but it's
I
not a
grew up.
troll. I pull all the newspapers and I'm like,
You
every
know,
page is Israel did this and that.
It's very interesting because like when I was growing up, you know, I used to hear about this conflict a lot for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And I went to visit Israel during the Second Intifada. And wouldn't you know it,
Oh,
2
wow.
days after I was in a market, there was a suicide bombing at that very market. It is not a one-sided issue. There's definitely an imbalance of power, right? But at the same time, like if somebody's sitting next to you and they're like jabbing you in the side over and over and over again, and you're just kind of doing nothing or very little about it, right? Eventually they're going to go too far and you're going to push back. And that's sort of the dynamic. Now, do I think too many people have died? Yeah, of course, right? A single innocent person dying is too many people have died. And I don't say that lightly. I'm not saying that flippantly. It's a fucking tragedy and a fucking shame. But that doesn't mean that I automatically also think, well, you know, this war shouldn't have happened or doesn't need to happen, right? Because if this happened to in the United States, you bet your ass we'd be doing something about it the very next fucking day. And we did. I mean, this was their 9/11, basically. It's just tough. I want it to end. I want it to end.
Yeah, I
soon.
just don't like to openly talk about like, so, you know, I have my public facing persona and then my private persona and then my private thoughts.
Of course.
Which is like, you know, which is again more operational, more tactical.
Right. That's I think
which, you know, conflicts with like, you know, a lot of
I think the tactical discussions are very
other things.
Yeah, I think the tactical discussions are very interesting. That's where that's one of the places I like to have the discussion because I found a lot of people have these ideas of like what could or would have been feasible or should have been feasible. And then like when you listen to experts in the field, it's not feasible. When you look at examples of like when they have tried to do certain things that other people suggest, like it turns out worse. So like one of the examples that I hear a lot of people say all the time is, well, they should have sent in like special forces to get the hostages out. And I was like, okay, so first of all, special forces are not like, it's not like the movies, right? They don't just bust in, kill a bunch of people and get out. Yeah. The situation with Osama bin Laden was unique because he was by himself with a few people on a compound in a foreign country, right? And so that offered an opportunity to do something like that, where if he had been like, you know, in the middle of like Al-Qaeda country, right, there's no fucking shot. So there was a situation earlier in the war where the Israeli army went into... we went over this, but you still didn't prove the point that that was going to be a feasible operation all the time, Sleepy. And I just like, there's such a difference between doing just a special forces operation and going into like rescue hostages in the middle of enemy territory. Doing a general special forces
urban
operation,
guerrilla, like
right?
This is, highly specialized training,
Exactly.
or you know, in concert with basically just rolling in with the troops.
Right, and like I said, like the situation with Osama bin Laden was a very unique situation where he was sort of isolated from a lot of the people
The
who would have been
terrain,
able to...
that's I wouldn't even call that comparable. We're talking about in a relatively small area in an urban, urban kind of setting.
Yeah. So
Totally
when
different tactic, totally different situation.
right, and so when the IDF did try to do a special forces operation to recover 4 hostages, some 270 people ended up dying in the firefight.
Yeah.
It is
that's
just
the
as bad,
paradox
if
of
not
it.
worse. Yeah. And so, like,
There's a
the
paradox
idea.
with their hostage, retrieving hostages.
Yes, Sleepy, I understand the number of special forces operations that happen. I am absolutely not disputing that. That operation in and of itself is unique. Most special forces operations are not busting into a place full of terrorists and rescuing a hostage or killing a single guy. Especially not when you're in the middle of enemy territory in a guerrilla style. The Osama bin Laden mission was a very unique type of mission.
And we're really not in the business of hostages, asterisk.
Yeah, I mean, that's more of a rare...
But typically, we do things, but...
I mean, how many missions have we actually even done historically like that to rescue hostages? Probably not even that many, right?
There's a few, and then there's probably a lot of shit we don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty we don't know, yeah. Let's see, hostage rescue operations. Yeah, like, the entire Wikipedia thing is like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 22, 20, or 21 operations.
Yeah, that's right.
And so, like, it's not a super
And generally, all of those are going to be unique, particular situations.
Exactly, where the circumstances allowed for that sort of an operation. So, I just like the idea that they were going to be able to go in the middle of Hamas, urban warfare, guerrilla territory, and pull people out without more massive death.
If the goal is to get the hostages out alive. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So yeah, that's sort of where I'm at. I just haven't seen like a realistic alternative. If there was one, I'd be all for it. I just haven't seen like a very convincing realistic alternative yet. I think now though, my issue though is like now that so much of the infrastructure has been destroyed, Hamas has been decimated. I feel like we should be able to enact some sort of shift in strategy, but I guess that's what they're trying to do by occupying the strip. I was just hoping they wouldn't go to that, because that is not good. Not good. We're back to like square one. They pulled out in 2005. 20 years later, they're going back in to occupy. I don't know what's going to happen. I was hoping they'd be able to wrap it up after the Iran situation. That's what I was hoping for. It seemed like momentum was in such a good place, but now I don't know. This is the daily death toll right now. It's going to be cancer trying to get a real number that I'm looking for here. Okay. War's lethality dropped sharply from an average of 312 deaths per day between October and December of 2023 to 59 deaths per day between January 24 and 25. So it's definitely gone way down. The toll consists largely of adult men at 49.3% of reported deaths. And I think out of the rest of those numbers, a bunch of those numbers are unidentified, if I recall correctly. Hey, buddy.
What's up?
What's going on?
I just want to go back to this whole special forces thing.
Let's do it.
So what's your claim again?
My claim is that the types of special forces operations that are done more regularly are not the types of special forces operations that would involve going into guerrilla enemy urban territory and pulling out hostages. And that's generally a more rare type of operation.
So you're saying they don't do this at all, or that they rarely do it?
That they rarely do it.
Why is that?
Well, for one,
is it because potentially that there's not many hostages to rescue on a weekly, monthly, yearly basis in urban environments?
So that's one factor, but another factor is like if you look back at a lot of hostage situations in the past, most of the time, especially like we're talking about like terrorists who have captured like journalists or what have you, what ends up happening is they end up getting executed and nobody ends up getting extracted. But if we take a look at the list of hostage rescue operations,
the amount of successful missions versus unsuccessful.
If I don't have stats for that, first, hang on. If I don't have stats for that, are you going to dismiss the point?
Wait,
because I think it's a pretty good point.
Cut out.
I said if I don't have complete stats for that, because I think that's going to be really hard to find specific stats for that, is that point just going to get dismissed? Because I think that's a really, really good point and a very accurate point.
It's not a good point if you don't have stats. It's not accurate if you don't have stats.
Okay, well then if you're going to dismiss my point without stats, I can dismiss yours without stats.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mm-hmm. You keep cutting out. I'm not sure if it's just me.
Yeah, it's probably my mic. Sometimes it has issues with Discord. If you're going to dismiss my position, that's not a very common operation, then I'm going to dismiss your position that it is.
What's my position?
Your position is that it's something that they could do basically at any time.
At any time, we can put up on this.
Okay.
We can go back to that. My pushback would be initially based on your stats. When we first talked about this, you thought special operations only happened like 4 times a year.
Again,
and it wasn't a hostage. It was not a hostage situation. Caveat. You thought it was just special forces doing operations.
Whether that's the case or not, we're specifically talking about the situation in Israel, which is a hostage.
I know,
situation.
But I understand that. But I'm talking about your understanding of how special forces works, which is incorrect a month ago.
Okay. Anything
there
else?
There are many different types of special forces, by the way. You think very general, high level thing.
Yeah, we talked about this like a month or two ago.
Yeah.
And Jordan thought special operations happen 4 times a year, like going into like either kill.
So I must be wrong, general. Right?
Yeah.
Wait, Jordan, you think special operations only like go on missions like 4 times a year?
That's what Jordan is, and that initially stated about a month ago.
That's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know if that was exactly what I stated, but I'm not even going to argue that.
Close.
I'm not even going to argue that because it's not germane to the discussion we're having right now.
It goes back to your understanding how special operations works.
Yeah, okay, but you're claiming that they're going to be able to do. Hang on. You're insinuating that they're going to be able to go in and rescue hostages, and that makes it look like you don't understand how special forces operations work.
Actually, I do, because special operations fail all the time. But we still use special forces to do operations. We don't just stop because, a mission fails, people got killed. That shit happens all the time. That's the point of being a special forces operator.
Okay.
Is because shit is actually going to go bad.
So then, when I look up other hostage situations throughout history, I should be able to see that we attempted special forces operations for all of them, right?
No.
Well, you might not all are going to be listed, but you should be able to. Some
if that's
it might
the
be
claim.
Police, it might be fucking SWAT. I don't know. It's not special forces.
If that's the claim,
that's not my claim. I did not make a claim at all.
Your claim is that I'm wrong and that I don't have that my opinion is wrong because I was wrong about how many overall special forces operations happen.
I'll just back up your claim. Pretty easy.
Okay, I'll try to.
Okay.
I still don't think this is relevant.
Well, it's
Special
relevant
Forces
because you made a
hostage
claim.
rescue
And
attempts are relatively rare, despite being a core mission for some units. While they are highly trained for such scenarios, the actual number of operations is limited. This is due to several factors, including the inherent dangers of the missions, the preference for negotiated releases when possible, and the high success rate of hostage survival even without direct intervention.
Okay.
Let me see if there's any
What?
actual stats.
You're gonna find that exact thing for every special forces operation, regardless if it's hostage negotiations, or assassinations,
Okay,
or
so then
whatever the fuck
you're
they do.
conceding
It's
that
literally
it's
the same
rare.
thing.
Then
I'm
you're
not conceding
conceding that
anything.
it's rare.
I said it was rare when I came on. I said.
Okay,
just,
so then what are
don't
you
do hostage
arguing
rep-
for, bro?
I'm arguing that you're saying they don't do special forces operations to rescue hostages because they might die. That's your fucking claim.
I didn't say that. I said it was rare.
What's rare?
That they go into rescue. They use special forces to rescue hostages.
Why is it rare?
For the reasons I just said.
Say it again.
Okay.
It's dangerous, and they'll probably die.
Yeah, just like every special forces operation they go on.
And there's a way
and they do
higher
this
rate.
almost every day.
There is a higher rate, a success rate of hostage survival even without direct intervention, historically. Inherent dangers of missions, preferences for negotiated release.
I don't have your stream pulled up, so I don't even know what you're even reading.
Okay.
Like, what is this you're reading?
It's just a summary. I can pull up like specifics if you want.
I just want the stats.
I don't know if they
Like,
have specific
successful
stats
hostage.
on this.
Then why did you make the
I
claim?
don't think you're going to get accurate statistics
Yeah,
on
this
like
is
success
kind
and
of like a very
failures and things like
specific
that.
thing.
I know. That's why you shouldn't have made the claim.
I think I can make. I think I feel pretty confident in that position, actually.
And you said that about a month ago when you said operations happen 4 times a year.
And I'm going to say it again.
I gave you one country, Afghanistan, 1 year, one country. I literally said worldwide.
And how many of those were hostage rescues?
I have no idea. I'm not talking about hostages right now.
I'm talking about hostage rescues.
And I'm talking about something that happened a month ago.
Okay,
I know you want to
great.
pivot because everything's fucking destroyed. But a month ago, you said operations worldwide happen 4 times a year.
So no, just to
And I
be clear,
put out
what I'm saying, no,
special
just to be
forces
clear,
in Afghanistan
Joe.
happened 300
Just
times.
to be clear, you're saying that what I'm saying is invalid because of an unrelated point that I was incorrect about, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, related to special
Okay,
forces
cool.
operations.
Thanks.
It's very
Cool.
Yeah.
I think we're done now.
Are we done now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're done because you got fucking owned.
Yeah, I don't think so, buddy.
You're trying
I
to
don't
pivot and
think
say
so, buddy.
Special
I love
forces
you, though.
operations.
I still
which
love
you didn't know anything
You're
about.
always welcome to come up and talk to me.
You're
but
just rage quitting?
Absolutely not. That is not what happened.
You're rage quitting.
No. I'm not rage quitting. There's nowhere else to go here. Your point against me is something that has literally nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
You
So
say
what do you
literally.
even
We're
argue?
talking about special
I
forces
think he's
operations.
just basically pointing out your credibility on the subject.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's
yes.
trying to undermine my credibility instead of the.
I'm doing it very well.
Yeah, he's trying to undermine my credibility instead of actually talking about the point.
And you're literally saying it literally has nothing to do with it. We're literally talking about special forces operations.
Yeah, but you're
How's
not
that
actually
literally had nothing to do
directing.
with it?
You're not actually addressing the direct point.
I'm
That's the problem.
addressing your credibility on the subject.
Yeah, addressing the credibility instead of the point is not a valid argument.
The point is your credibility is dog shit on this.
It doesn't matter
That's
because
the
you're
fucking
not
point.
actually addressing the point.
I literally proved you didn't know what you're talking about.
No, you proved that I didn't know the exact stats about particular
It wasn't
special
even exact.
forces
You were
operations.
fucking way off. You just guessed with no statistics. You didn't even know it. I had to pull it up.
And yet I'm actually looking at things
You
here
weren't even
that
kind
show
of
that
close. You were
hostage
so
rescue
off.
operations are relatively rare. Like I just pulled up the list of attempted
I
hostage
agree
rescues.
it's rare. I didn't disagree it's rare.
And why is it rare?
We're not disagreeing. It's rare because, one, hostages don't get taken every day. So that's why it's rare. It barely happens. Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, I don't think it's a super common thing. Well, it depends on where you are, actually. So, like when I was living in,
all over the world.
yeah, when I was living in
Okay,
Haiti, there were kidnappings every single day.
Yeah, exactly. That's
And
just
did-
saying like, well, that depends. But I mean, I guess.
And
for...
who dealt with that? Was it special forces or was it police?
Nobody dealt with it. Those people died.
Yeah, and that's. Just, like...
yeah. Okay, I don't want to live there.
Yeah.
Let's I don't want to get heated. I actually respect you. So
I respect you too, brother. I'm not.
Go way down.
Listen, I'm getting into it with you on
You're
this
not
topic,
Scarecrow.
but you know I love you, buddy. Like I'm not
Yeah,
like, and I know you push hard because you want to hold me to a standard, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I push back hard because I'm stubborn. So, but yeah, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate the point. But how about we come back to this another time when we take a look at the specific hostage stuff, because I think we both made our point. And I know I didn't have that number right when we talked about it, but I definitely only want to talk about like the relevant thing, because I think that's what's important in the discussion. But I hear you, buddy.
Well, Mr. Joe, you did say, well, why don't they do hostage operations? So what? I guess the question is, so then why haven't they done it?
Wait. What are we talking about specifically?
So I think
in
what
Gaza?
she's asking, why haven't they? Aside from
do they
that
even know
one,
where they are?
Some of them. I mean, they did do
one. Them if you don't know where they're at.
Yeah, they did do one operation, which I've talked about before.
When was this? I know you talked about it. I forget the dates.
Let me find the actual date.
For these hostages, or was it a different one?
They were for these hostages. Yeah. Let me pull up the specific instance. Hang on. If I recall, it was 4 hostages. June 8th, 2024, Israeli Special Forces rescued 4 hostages held by Hamas in Nuseirat refugee camp in central Gaza. The operation, dubbed Operation Arnon in honor of a fallen officer, was a complex daytime raid on 2 separate multi-story residential buildings. Planning for the operation involved weeks of intelligence gathering with U.S. assistance and extensive training. The raid was launched at midday for the element of surprise. The hostages rescued were Noah Argamani, Shlomi Ziv, Almog Meir Yan, and Andrei Kozlov. They had been abducted from the Nova Music Festival. The rescue operation came at a high cost, with reports of significant casualties among Palestinians in Nuseirat. The Gaza Health Ministry reported at least 274 Palestinians killed and over 698 injured. The Israeli military, while acknowledging casualties, stated the number was under 100, but did not differentiate between civilians and combatants. The Israeli side also suffered casualties, with 1 Yamam officer killed during the operation.
Okay, you cut out a little bit, but I understood most of it.
Okay, my bad. I need to figure out like why my Discord has so many issues like capturing me properly with this mic, because it's getting kind of annoying. I know Stream can hear me well, but Discord has trouble hearing me. Let me look at these. Noise canceling. Noise suppression. All right, let's try this. How's this? Is this better? Or is it worse?
It cuts out like every minute or so.
God damn it.
It's not super frequent.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. So that's like one of my big points when I'm talking about this. Is I talk about this particular. Oh, fuck me. Automatic gain control.
It's like kind of worse now.
How about that? How about now?
I mean, he sounds fine.
Huh?
He's not cutting out for you at all?
What about now?
You're fine.
I mean, it's fine. It's like when you're talking
And
like
every once in a while there'd be like an audiobook, but
yeah,
it's
okay.
fine
I turned off like all the like gain. Oh my god, I'm seeing that too. This is really pissing me off. Okay, so maybe I'll just speak a little louder and it'll pick me up. I don't fucking know. Essentially, this particular operation is one that I look at a lot when judging the feasibility of other operations.
I do hear the it's a nanosecond.
Yeah.
When judging the feasibility of other operations to rescue hostages, because the death toll on Palestinians was like particularly high. So, tossing out, let's say we just forget about the special forces discussion, right? Because if I don't have credibility there, then fine, fucking forget it. And let's just look at how it went down when they tried to do it before. It just, a lot of people died.
Yeah, your shit sucks.
I don't know when you stop
I don't know if you
talking.
just went dead quiet, like end sentence.
I stopped after I said a lot of people died, but I mean, if I'm cutting it out,
there wasn't intent.
yeah.
Okay, it was just kind of a.
Yeah.
That you. Okay.
Okay, I understand.
Is this
but then
4 hostages versus
270
a couple hundred people dead and 600 injured?
Almost 300 people
and
dead.
I am removing the humanity part of this.
Yeah, 274 Palestinians dead, 698 injured.
Was it worth?
No, I don't think that's worth it.
See, and this is the dilemma, right?
Yeah, no, but that's proportionality, right? That's what we're looking at.
Then how's this any different than the fucking 2002 bombing to kill one guy, and they killed fucking a bunch of civilians?
Well, remember when we looked at that, it may have been based on intelligence that they thought he was on his own, which was bad intelligence. Do you remember when we looked deeper into that?
No, I remember, but I pushed back and
off.
said, how does one guy know the status of every other apartment nearby?
I'm not sure.
That doesn't even make sense.
I agree, but the fact is they did call it off 8 times.
Okay. If a bank robber calls off his bank robbery 9 times but does it the 10th time, doesn't make it okay?
No, but you understand the reason why they called it off, right?
Why did they do it then?
Because they got intelligence saying that he was there by himself. That's why.
Bullshit.
That's what they said.
We both agree on.
Wait, so then why didn't they just call it off again like they did 8 times before?
I don't know. I have to look into it again.
Because the reason they had called it off the previous times is
I don't even know this. I don't know the length of time.
Because
did they call it off multiple times in one day, or was it a week or a month? Or how long was it?
Well, I
don't want to rehash it. But...
Yeah, I'm assuming it was over a longer period of time, probably not the same day. But that's
I don't like assuming things with fucking Israel anymore.
That's an assumption. But I do know that they had wanted to. Oh fuck! I don't want to pull that up and go over it again.
Yeah, I don't either.
Regardless, like I obviously.
Well, that's just one example.
Yeah, sure.
Like I had chronological order of events, and that was the first one. We didn't even get past that one, barely.
I mean, what about all the times Israeli civilians have been killed?
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like it when Palestinian civilians get killed either.
But who has more power? This whole Spider-Man thing.
Wait, what does that have to do with that?
Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility.
So if they have more power, they should just let them kill civilians?
Nope, that's not what I said at all.
No, I think that, and I kind of feel like this sometimes too. It's like I hold Israel in a higher regard, like on par with the United States and things like that.
Hang on. If you have an enemy combatant that is constantly breaking international law against you and your civilians, at some point you put yourself at a disadvantage by not responding strongly.
So they also just break.
Yeah, but they do that. Like they've been fucked with since, forever. I mean, so they do retaliate. They do respond. They have before.
Not even like. I mean, so what he's talking about? Yeah, that was a bunch of civilians died, and that's shitty. But that's also not like during a time where a bunch of civilians were dying in general. So it's not like the situation now where we have a massive war and thousands of people are dying. Right? That was one guy and his family and some other neighbors, which was really shitty. Once again,
but there's
not
wars
trying to
before this
minimize
one.
that. While
we understand.
While hundreds of people were also being killed in Israel during the Second Intifada, right? Where there are suicide bombings going off, bus bombings, car bombings, all that shit.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, again, if you through the records, it goes back and forth. I'm not saying, that I'm not undermining Israel or anything like that, but I am saying that it's been going on for a long time.
Oh yeah, I know. And like, I'm not, again, I don't want to make it sound like I'm trying to be like, oh, well, too bad, so fucking sad, because that's not how I feel, right? Yeah. My position is that, when we talk about these things, and I'm not saying that you're doing this, Joe, because I'm not really sure, because I don't think you've like clearly said how you feel about, what's the intention behind Israel's conduct, and I always am going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But I know there are other people.
I don't think it's a genocide.
Yeah, I know.
But
you do think they're careless.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm more on that side.
And there's an extent that I would agree with you on that, by the way. But I also am, it's really important for me because I know a lot of people, they hear things and they just generally have heard a single position or a single point of view on it, and they go, okay, well, obviously they really don't care at all if Palestinians die, whether they say it's a genocide or not. And I say, and I just push back a little bit to say, well, hey, there are other circumstances here. There are other things to consider. And I think it's really important to consider all of those things when judging the conduct of Israel. Does that mean I carte blanche, excuse everything they do? No. And I think when we were first looking at this one example of like the 2002 one, right? When you first presented to me, and I read it before we were going through and looking at the other information surrounding it, I was saying, well, if this is the case as the way it's being presented in what you're showing me, then yeah, I do think that's pretty bad. And now, after we looked up, like, okay, maybe they tried to call it off a few times, they might have gotten bad information. I'm not now saying that, oh, it must have been okay. I'm saying, okay, well, maybe it's not as clear to me as I initially thought it was.
Well, so I refrain from labeling anything a genocide or ethnic cleansing. I might have like personal inner feelings about what what
Sure.
it seems like, but I leave that to, with all of its flaws, the ICC and the UN.
And I'll respect that. If they end up saying that it is a genocide,
Because
like,
for genocide, that's not something that you just charge, over a couple weeks investigation.
Oh yeah,
this is a long process. And as far as I can tell, I mean, I can see plenty of arguments for that. But you're gonna have all these just fractured and different groups and thoughts about that. But at the end of the day, like I defer to either a general consensus, which has to be most of the globe,
sure.
Or the international court.
Well, to me, the law is where, because there's going to be, and I was actually having this conversation with Josh, right? Because Josh Josh had issues with and I think you might have seen us have this discussion. He had issues with the current definition of genocide, and wanted to
I talked to him about it, and his issue is, and I hate to put it like this, but it's just he doesn't like the intentionality part of it.
Right, which to me is like
the
most important thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like that, and I'm gonna be a little rude, sorry, Josh, but I'm like, you know what the fuck you're talking about?
Because like the intentionality.
His understanding of a genocide.
Yeah, because we have a word for when it's not intentional. War crimes. We already have a thing for that.
We have a fuck ton of other war crimes, or things like, but genocide. Again, that's just.
It's a very particular.
And so it's like, oh well, you can't prove the intention. It's like you can.
You can.
It takes a lot of, I mean.
It takes a long time.
And that standard of proof, is high for a reason.
Yes, because it's basically the crime of crimes, and if you're going to charge a country with genocide, like that's a big deal. That's a black mark.
Yeah,
a big black mark. And so you have to be very careful.
I also think that I've heard from him and maybe Thanos or maybe some others, and I've heard just basically, I've also heard kind of like the bad empanada or wherever they get this shit from, that genocide's not real, or worse, that because of the evil Jewery in in the UN, therefore, and I can't even concede to, well, in the beginning, but they get into the philosophical meta of it. It's like, well, it was made by a Jew, and this. I'm like, okay.
Oh, Jesus
Like,
Christ.
again, like, I have
It was
plenty
made
of
by a
criticisms.
Jew
They
so
fucked up
that
a lot of stuff.
70 and 80 years later, they could commit a genocide and get away with it. Like, what the fuck?
But, yeah, I don't like applying the, I'm careful and I don't like applying that label. I see this in the media all the time. Even with that AOC tweet, it's like, okay, on the one hand, you're saying this, but you're also saying with the act of genocide. And I get even even since World War II, genocide has been labeled, or attached to a lot of conflicts, for simplicity's sake, right?
Sure.
Like this is a tactic that's been used for a long time, but I mean, with this and the genocide thing, and again with most things, I will defer to, a governing, or the international body for that, because I think it also, and I know there's the intellectual, I don't have the words for it right now, but it cheapens the meaning of genocide. Right?
Yeah, I very strongly agree with that sentiment. And it's very frustrating for me.
Like when you call it genocide, it's just like, well, what even is genocide?
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, I just want to mass murder people.
Exactly, and that's not what it is, right?
It's very particular. Like, I mean, the Holocaust was not just a
mass murdering of Jews. It was a systematic, intentional.
And it was very much, like it was in the books and planned and things like that. And
right, exactly.
So, I mean, with things like that, then, of course, with all the other stuff, and there's only been, well, as far as I know, only other one genocide case since, the Holocaust. And that doesn't even, the surprising thing is that doesn't even really approach the numbers that we're talking about right now.
I think there's going to be a Sudanese genocide case as well.
Oh, which
from
one?
my understanding. But let me double check.
Maybe.
Sudanese genocide.
I mean, genocide has been levied against
a lot of countries, yeah.
Yeah, but there hasn't been any conviction except for Slovo.
Yeah, there's an ongoing investigation investigating crimes in Darfur since 2005. Since 2020 years, and the investigation is ongoing.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Daniel just said it in chat. He also said bad Empa Leo. Daniel does not hold Leo in very high regard. I will say that.
Again, I will say a lot of it is, as I understand, like just trying to get a rise, but yeah, I mean, I like Leo, I guess, or whatever. I think he's like scared of me or some shit.
He's my friend. I don't have any personal issues with him. I definitely disagree with him on almost everything in politics.
I mean, when I had talked to him, but like, I don't know, I guess he avoided me or something like that. But that's because, I guess I'm loud and like kind of.
I think he's the same with Steele, too.
Straight up rude.
I don't think he likes to talk with Steele because Steele really knows his shit. Or if he doesn't know his shit, he sounds like he knows his shit, I've caught him out a couple times being wrong about something, and he hates it. He really doesn't like it because I'm really annoying about it. But, he and I are, like, obviously really close friends, so he's fine with it. I think I fixed my mic for Discord, right? I'm coming through clear. I should be coming through clear now, not cutting out anymore.
Yeah, it's good.
Good, sweet, awesome. Any thoughts on what we were just saying, Joe?
I missed a lot of it. I was on my phone. I'm so sorry.
No worries, buddy. Well, as always, dude, thanks for coming up and pushing me, man. I can't just have everyone agree with me all the time.
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stay out of our military shit. Okay? Like, stay the fuck out of it. You're bitching about, like, National Guard, and I was like, this motherfucker. That's boot in your face. Get
It was just because we already had this conversation, and he's like rehashing it, but making it seem like I don't want to get into it yet.
Wait, you're telling me to not talk about the National Guard? I don't want the National Guard in my town. I don't want the National Guard in my town. Not when we've handled
we
this
should have done it. Whatever. But Newsom lost.
Not when we've seen the LAPD handle shit like this before. It didn't seem necessary. Like, I had friends at some of these
I think that was
things.
your argument. Like, yeah, LAPD. I mean, but I don't. Whatever.
There was
It
not
doesn't
like
matter. You got
widespread
nothing.
damage. This was like a blip compared to like what happened with BLM.
Oh, I would agree with that. Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This came off to me very much as him trying to flex his muscles. Like,
I don't
let
know.
us ask.
Yeah,
let us
hooligans.
ask for it.
And no, and you know they never like California. You guys are annoying.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
God,
Actually,
that's unfair. You get Pelosi. God, that woman. Is she gone now? Did she finally go home?
She's still doing her thing.
She's still there.
What were you gonna say, Joe?
no, I agree with everything you just said about Trump. But yeah. If you notice, I don't like defend Trump at all.
No,
Since
I
he's
don't.
been
I
elected.
don't think. I mean, I know, like you voted for him, but you've never come off to me as like a MAGA hardcore
Damn,
MAGA
you don't have
person
to like
in
reveal
any
all
way.
of his personal voter information. Shit.
I don't think he hides it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Like the idea that like every single Trump voter is a crazy cultist sycophant is not true. You know, like I have friends who
Unless
are
you
not
listen
like
to Destiny.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess. But no, I don't believe that at all. Like I have plenty of friends who are Trump voters, and it, you know, I
Well,
might
I mean,
have
there's been
good
studies
discussions
or
with them.
polls that also show like the first term when they voted for him, and like the difference like in how they feel now.
It's changed a lot.
Which, you know, to just make it simple, it's just like, yeah, shit got crazy, and people are like, whoa, well, hold on a minute.
Like there are definitely a contingent of Trump voters who, like, there's nothing that could happen that's going to change their mind. But
yeah,
there were a lot of people who voted for him because they didn't like Kamala. They were convinced that, you know, she and the Democrats were too far left and all of this stuff. And
Well, and before it was like Hillary and Trump, and it's like, ooh, tricky.
yeah, not too tricky for me.
Well, yeah, I
But,
know.
You know, it's an unpopular opinion, and I know, but I still think she.
My mom loved Hillary, and what was it, Chelsea?
That woman was my
all that
mom's
shit.
boss for 4 years.
I don't know. We can talk about it another time. I don't want to go on a tangent, but she's just. I'm
She's
like,
bitch.
no.
I mean, she's a bitch.
No, I know what you did. We know what you did.
Yeah.
Many times.
Yeah. But.
And then I always have
Then the
inner
alternative.
conflictions about Clinton. It's like a.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. There's a whole other thing.
It gets
there
dark,
for
you know.
Yeah. We don't need to go into that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like,
that's
I
not
might
something I
accidentally
feel
say
like
something
you would. Yeah, you
inappropriate.
wouldn't really want to be comfortable talking. I know you don't. You're not comfortable talking about that kind of stuff. So.
But you know, I do think sometimes, like when I think, and same with Biden, you know, like that inner conflict, which I have to, you know, like check my demonic, you know,
Yeah.
rage about
Yeah.
things. But on the other hand, like I also do think about it in terms of like, you know, like meeting them and actually talking to them. You know,
Which I did, by the way.
and we just don't know all the facts and the details about things. So I mean, you know, life is strange like that. Like,
Did you see when I was showing my picture of when I met Bill Clinton?
No, I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, I did. I showed a picture on stream of when I met Bill. I also met Hillary, Al.
Yeah, that's cool. Was he fat?
No, this was when he was president.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just when we were living in Moscow.
Wait, he was fat in the beginning, or
Was he?
it later?
Well, he was thin, I guess. It's
When
when
he
we
was
were living in
tuba
Moscow,
man,
so it was like
playing
mid
his
to late.
tuba. No, I mean, what was it? What the fuck did he play? Saxophone.
A saxophone, yeah.
Yeah.
I started playing the saxophone too because I thought he was so cool, and he played the saxophone. I played sax for 6 years.
I'm pretty sure I never met him, but I know I went to functions or the White House. I don't know. My mom was, and I noticed this with. I don't want to make a generalization here, but I have met
Go
like
ahead,
a lot of other
generalize. Go for it.
Europeans who really do, and it like comes from the soul. You can hear it, and like their tone and their voice, like
What, that they hate him?
they really admire, like,
Oh, they
like
admire
not
him.
like an American, not like an American affinity to like a president or you know like, they really do see you know like Clinton and like Biden and maybe some others, but as of recent history, as like really good.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I
really
mean,
great.
for all the things that, all the history that was definitely difficult with Clinton, there were also, just like any president, well, I don't know if I want to generalize like that. He had some pretty good accomplishments too, right? Economically, he did some good things. He was also probably the closest president ever to negotiating a two-state solution at Camp David. But, it fell apart, and then Second Intifada.
I swear there's some story, like, and I'm not trying to, sorry, I'm not trying to ruin your story, and I'm probably misremembering, but I feel like there's one of those scenarios where maybe a previous president, maybe even Reagan, or I don't know, somebody like that, like, it could have been done, but it was, if it not, like, they missed the phone call or never returned the letter.
I mean,
and,
that's
like,
probably...
it didn't happen, something cartoonish like that.
Yeah, that's probably just like a
weird fact
dramatization of like the real thing that happened, which was they just didn't work it out, right? Like at Camp David with Clinton, they were very close. It just seemed about as close. Like the Israelis were giving up like thing after thing after thing, everything the Palestinians asked for, like they were going for. They were going to do like 95% land swaps for,
Fuck, like I was just going over this shit and I put it in actually one of my documents because, like I read about this stuff, but like I have a bad memory. Like I have to refresh my mind on that. I do have a lot to say about that. I would need some time. I would need a few minutes to look into it.
You're in luck because I stream 3 times a week.
Yes, I know, but I'm just
always
saying,
bring it back.
I read books in my library.
Yeah, many leather-bound
so I
books.
Can't immediately.
And your apartment smells
fire
of
back.
rich mahogany. Do I need like a special loading thing for this, or does it just go on? I think it just goes on, right? Yeah. So, Camp David. 2000, was it 2000? I think it was 2000. That to me is like the closest they ever came to a potential two-state solution.
My brain is telling me it's tingling. It's like missing information.
I mean, Clinton has talked about it publicly.
No, I know all about. I remember the accords.
Yeah.
And the agreements, many he made, like in Ohio and other places.
Sure.
But yeah, the Camp David one, yes, I do recall that, but the devil's in the details. But, you may be right. I guess you're probably right. I guess what I'm thinking is, I'm like, yeah, but this has happened before, obviously.
I mean,
so,
yeah,
maybe he did.
It's a pretty long conflict, so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm slow in the head.
Someday we'll get... Nah.
Again.
That is the last thing I would call you. Just like Joe, you never fail to challenge me on things. And I always appreciate it.
Sorry?
I said, just like Joe, and I'm talking about Victoria, you never fail to challenge me on stuff, and I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, it's fun. Because you push back, you have the same energy.
Yeah. And we get into it, and then it's like, at the end of it, we're like, all right, buddy, love you, take care, it's all good, right? Like we don't ever take it personally. That's the important thing. Is like, because like
so
when you're
why do
talking,
I have to fund the Iron Dome with my money? Huh?
Well.
It must mean that I want those innocents to die.
Well, technically, that money goes right back into the American economy. So
yeah, I know we have our whole credit.
We're just funding our military-industrial complex, which
Yeah, I know.
we've been doing that for a long time. That's no different than normal.
But I mean, kind of like, how about not? But these are my preferences. It's just like, it's not just even specific to Israel. it's case by case basis.
Yeah.
And of course, I acknowledge that they have a lot more intel and about what's going on. Because my first inclination, just in my childlike mind, is just to say, fix it yourself. You have money. What are you talking about? But again, I'm not privy to all the details in terms of threat
And
assessment.
there are a lot of people in Israel too who actually agree with you, who say we don't want to be reliant on American money. We want to be self-reliant for weapons. So there's an entire contingent of people who agree with you on that. Obviously, I'm probably not going to
I'm
agree
just
with
like,
you on
why are
that.
they fixing their dome? Like, I get other things, but I'm like, come on, man.
I
But it also
mean,
might have to
the
do with
simplest
joint
answer
military
is
airspace.
yeah. There's definitely joint airspace. There's definitely joint.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of other shit that goes
Yeah.
on into that, but
They're also like there's they in the Mediterranean they help protect the Suez Canal. There's like a lot of strategic reasons. Yeah.
No, I totally get it, but just
And
at
they're
the
and
most
also they're
basic
just an
level,
ally.
it's just like, hey, can we stop pissing our money into everything else?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's it's what we get for
I get it. It's a
being
part
top
of the
dog. We gotta.
That's how it goes.
It's part of the game. It's part of the role.
I'd like to,
be
how
the superpower.
infrastructure bill that you love.
Yeah.
They didn't fix them bridges. I believe it said in there that they would, be focusing on fixing infrastructure, such as bridges.
Well, then get mad at the appropriators. What do you want me to say?
No, don't you don't know shit about that, okay? I'm just saying, look, you're like, oh, all this other bullshit, blah, 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 it's the best in the world, which debatable. I mean, but all I know, the bridges are still crumbling. I'm like, even the title is misleading as usual. And I'm being, obviously I'm being hyperbolic and silly, but still, fuck you.
I mean, we can't fix every single bridge, okay? Jeez. Not with one bill.
How about the important ones? No.
Which ones are you speaking of specifically, so I can take
Actually, I don't really know how many bridges or what was exact, because it's hard to trace that funding.
Bridges upgraded.
But,
Maryland says they 4.6 of the bridges, 445 bridges. Bipartisan infrastructure law help repair and replace structures. That's what in Larry Hogan.
What are you blah blah blahing about Maryland?
I'm just talking about what the governor was saying at the time. That's it. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's Maryland bullshit.
Okay.
They're all fucked up with their roads and the bridges.
Let's see.
Anyways, you don't have to disprove the whole bridge thing.
I want to know what's going on, right? Like, if it's true that the infrastructure bill isn't actually going into infrastructure, that's kind of important to know.
I mean, it kind of seems like that. I'm sure there's, it's out, here and there, but I'm like, meanwhile.
Let's see. Infrastructure report card. 2025. View the 2025 report.
By the way, I didn't read all that shit.
What shit?
The infrastructure bill.
Oh. Well, most of us didn't read the whole bill.
Yeah, not even the fucking Congress people.
Yeah, but they don't read anything, to be fair.
Well, also, in all fairness to them, they'll get slapped like a whole new revised 4,000-page thing that they have to do in a night.
Realistically, is infeasible for them to read everything, but I feel like for some of these really, really, really big ones,
yeah, you better be on that shit.
Like some of these biggest, most important bills, the fact that we're seeing Congress people sort of get caught out not knowing about certain provisions is pretty unacceptable to me. They should at least have staffers who are going through reading different sections and noting down important things for them to know.
I think that they do also, but because I've read about how they fuck up too. They get drained too.
Yeah. All right. About the report card for American infrastructure. Yeah. No. They're not doing the best job. The infrastructure report card 25 overall GPA is a C, but that's just overall infrastructure. I don't think it's judging the actual bill and what was done. Let's see.
That's fine.
It's just interesting, though. I kind of want to study more about how the infrastructure bill got used. Maybe we'll save that for another time.
Yeah, then you can actually validate, your Biden did good checkpoints.
Listen,
checkboxes.
he is a king, okay, amongst men, okay?
I don't know. One of these days, I'll have a debate with you about like the CHIPS Act and all that stuff.
I mean, the CHIPS Act is.
I'm not saying it was all
praised.
bad or anything like that. It's just
like, the CHIPS
you're
Act is
droopy.
widely praised enough that even Republican, like mayors, senators, and Congress people were telling Trump not to.
Yes, I just have some counterpoints.
Okay.
It's not like, but another time.
I mean, just to be clear, just like any piece of legislation, it's not going to 100% accomplish everything it sets out to do, right? You don't think
Oh,
I'm
you know
saying
what
that.
I was thinking? It was more of the Inflation Reduction.
The Inflation Reduction Act?
Was it? Mm-hmm.
So, that's my understanding is that's generally viewed to have been pretty successful.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like our rates of inflation were like way better than everybody else in the world.
Mm-hmm.
There was no way.
Well,
to,
I had some other. I thought some other things were funny, but again, it's not in front of me. I had to write this shit down before I talk about it.
Okay.
I can't pull it out of my ass right now.
No worries. And I mean, if you're also gonna like bring it on and bring points to me like on here, I'm gonna need to probably like look them up as we're talking about it to address like specifics.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, and I'm not usually at my computer, so I don't usually have not prepped. You should put out like maybe a short outline. I mean, if you don't have like an agenda for like the streams or whatever, because sometimes I know that you do go in talking about stuff, and it's like I can't immediately comment on this because I haven't.
Right.
I didn't get a soup du jour or whatever.
Sure. I'm just looking at some of the provisions on just the Wikipedia page right now. Which that's obviously surface level, but the prescription drug price stuff, including Medicare negotiations for drug prices for certain drugs, was part of it. 15% selective corporate minimum tax rate. Excise, 1% excise tax on stock buybacks. 2-year extension on the limitation of excess business losses. That's nice. That sort of counteracts the excise taxes. Spend this revenue on energy security and climate change, which I'm pretty sure they just got rid of. 3 more years expansion of ACA, which they just got rid of. Changes to Medicare Part D, low-income subsidies, vaccine coverage, and insulin, which if they haven't gotten rid of, I'm sure they're going to try very hard to get rid of. Increased funding to the IRS for modernization. 87,000 new IRS employees, which they just fired a shit ton of IRS employees. So, I mean, it seems like a lot of the stuff that they did a lot of it's been reversed anyway under Trump. They also did that $35 a month insulin cost cap. Let's see. Medium-term inflation. Deficit reduction, along with other elements of the bill, is likely to reduce inflationary pressures, thus reduce the risk of a possible recession. is the Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget alongside Swiss business lobbying group World Economic Forum analysis. Further estimated that the act would reduce federal deficit by $1.9 trillion over a 20-year period. Benefit of the act will likely not be felt before the 2024 election. But if they're reversing, they're reversing a lot of this stuff. We might not feel any of it at all. Okay. And also, by the way, if I recall correctly, just to be clear, although I do like these bills, when I made that comment, that was a response to Josh basically saying that Democrats don't get anything passed when they're in the majority. And
Hey,
was
sorry,
saying
I was in
that's
the
not true.
kitchen, so back up. What now?
So even though I do like those bills that I listed, just to bring it back to when I specifically made that comment that you're referring to, that was in response to Josh essentially saying that Democrats don't actually get anything passed or anything done when they're in the majority. And I was like, that is super not true. But I do also like these
Yeah,
bills.
I think he's just trolling you. My thing is, I don't. It's not about like, oh, Democrats bad. It's just more the tracking and follow up of that stuff. There's just a lot to it. It's not me like saying, oh, it's a failure of Biden per se.
Well,
it's just more pointing out the bullshit that goes on.
With these massive bills, I don't think you could really, it's very difficult to say, like, writ large, that they're a failure or a success, right? You're going to have parts of it that are successful and probably parts of it that are not successful.
Yeah. I have a lot more to say about it, but
I mean,
I'm kind of eating my I'm having a I'm enjoying
noodles.
I'm too tired. I'm kind of blazed.
Fair.
And I don't know. It's just like, do I really want to put in the effort to reviewing whatever my beef was with some things in the infrastructure bill that I don't know. But I've been kind of disillusioned with shit in general. It's like, I don't know anymore.
I mean, I'm sure if we get into it, like, really into the weeds, I'm sure there are going to be some things that I find in there that I'm probably like, well, I don't really like that provision very much either, right? That's going to be the case with any bill that I support, period, right? These things are massive.
Yeah, I think my commentary would be just largely like just the issues of these bills in general and things that are inserted. It's not necessarily specific to Democrats or Republicans. It's just more of the, dick sucking that goes on.
Well, that's Washington. What are we going to do about it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm disillusioned. I'm like, when you guys are like, oh, the Democrats, this Republicans, that. And I'm like, yeah, I've seen this rodeo 1,000 times.
I'm
just really not on any team. I'm just more like,
I'm on Team America. Okay, fuck yeah.
Well, I am too.
And right now, my issue is less about Democrats versus Republicans and more about, prevent Trump from drastically changing a lot of things about how our country operates.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at.
But then that's couched in, all right, Democrats, slay.
Well, because
And
what
stuff
are
like
we
that.
supposed to do? Who else is going to do it? The Republicans certainly aren't standing up to him.
Well, what was it? Was it you and Thanos going back on this? What justifies what social murder, whatever, all these things, essentially rebellion.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's not where I'm
Protests and stuff. And I could comment more to, it's not really comparable to what you would see like in Europe, for example.
Right. Europeans know how to protest, man.
When you've
Especially
got
French.
long, rich, cultural, historical things going on there. And also, these countries, do not, I mean, we have so much money, like they're not set up like we are. And then we have just, huge geography. So, I mean, when you talk about, having like, some kind of revolution, that's not going to be the same as like in a country in Europe somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not on board with that kind of talk. I want to go through the political system.
If you like, people talk about that, like doing something or something, whatever, coded language they want to use, but essentially what you're talking about there is like, all right, well, you better have like most people on board like with that, like most of the country on board.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking about that sort of thing.
That's not gonna happen.
Not where my head is at. My head is at, okay, we need to use the structure of the political system as it is, best we can to mitigate, damage that's being done, and then hopefully, win large enough control to make and pass laws that prevent that kind of stuff from happening again.
Yeah, but that takes too much time. Just burn it all down. I mean, it does take a while for, like, things to get back. I mean, ideally, like, in the way we would like it is that it goes through the system.
Yeah.
And it gets codified in the law. But I don't know.
We just
People get pissed off, and then they start. They come out. It's those college kids with their ideas.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of that stuff
does
originate from colleges and university.
I mean, because I was like, there was a time when I was young and angry and wanting things to change.
What's all that noise?
I think
might be me.
Joe. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm outside. There's like a little wind.
Yeah, there was a time when I was young and angry and I wanted things to change immediately, and then I grew up and I understood history a little better and I watched things change over time and, understood monetary policy a bit better. I understood, the process.
So you didn't go out and vandalize and, be a hooligan?
No, I did not.
I'm not against protests, by the way. I'm not against protests.
No, protesting is American to its core, right? But there's a difference between protesting and protesting violently and vandalizing, because obviously not only are you like, causing problems for people, but you're undermining your goals there. Oop. My Firefox froze. Yeah, you're undermining your goals. Like, you don't win friends that way.
What damage do you think is happening right now?
Well, there's there's obviously a really clear eroding of judicial power. That's one of the big things.
Can you give me specifics?
Sure. The pause on the ability for nationwide injunctions on federal courts. That's a huge issue. That would just be one.
Explain it like I'm a 5-year-old.
Yeah. So basically, what they did was the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that a federal circuit court judge does not have the ability to place a nationwide injunction on a ruling that they make. So essentially, they cannot say, hey, this thing is unconstitutional, therefore, until it's fully adjudicated, we're going to put a temporary pause on you being able to do this thing across the country.
So they're going to pause it until it's adjudicated.
Yes, that was what they could do before. Now they can no longer do that.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah. So that's a big issue for me. It's just the system, the way the status quo was working before, which was they make a ruling on a nationwide injunction, and then they appeal that ruling to like an appeals court. If the appeal court upholds it, they can appeal it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court can either rule on like emergency relief, which will allow them to continue doing the thing as they adjudicate it, or they will uphold the injunction, right, which keeps them going, prevents them from doing the thing until they adjudicate it, which that status quo appeared to be working just fine to me, and to a lot of other people. I had some really long, good conversations with my uncle about this, who's a constitutional lawyer, and actually recently won a case against Trump. And this was one of the things that we were talking about. There are some sort of, there are workarounds, but those workarounds can make it a lot more complex and a lot more difficult. So, for example, one of the things you can do is you can do a class action. The nice thing about the class action is if somebody falls into a class named in the class action, they don't actually have to like declare that they're part of the class action for them to fall into the class action. So let's say, for example, recently there was a ruling again on immigration related stuff where it was brought as a class action suit, and they said, hey, everybody who's getting deported who meets these certain criteria is not being provided with the proper notice, right? And so the judge ruled that, okay, anyone affected by this class, anyone in this class that's being affected by this policy is now under an injunction. So any of those people who fall under that, they're still going to be stopped, doesn't matter where they are in the country. So that's one way to get around it. But the problem is, in a lot of cases, the weakness of a class action is that you actually have to prove that everybody involved there is part of the class. So there are certain situations where somebody might largely have the same situation, but then have a slightly different set of circumstances. And because of those slightly different set of circumstances, they might not fall under the class, even though technically, technically their rights may be being violated. So the idea that a nationwide injunction was something that we really needed to take care of, that we really needed to fix, it just doesn't seem borne out to me in the evidence. It seemed to me like the status quo was working when they wanted to get emergency relief. On the times where it seemed like it was appropriate, the Supreme Court was ruling in their favor and giving them the emergency relief that they wanted. So yeah, the way I see it, that's just one really easy, clear example that I can sort of bring up, and there's others we can probably get into as well. But that was just just to kind of give you one idea.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just trying to figure out, like, I understand that a lot of the points you bring up and that Destiny brings up about Trump, how he's just kind of fucking stupid and whatever, you can go into that. I'm
I
not
don't really
seeing...
look at it that way.
No, I know. I'm getting tired, so I'm using not the greatest
I mean,
words.
I do think he's kind of stupid, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah. When I say stupid, I mean like he makes decisions for the country that you think are not good for the country. I just use the word stupid.
I disagree with. I also think, and we could get into this now or another time if you want to, I really don't agree with the trade policy. I think the tariffs thing are really damaging. The trade policy.
Okay.
With what he's doing with the tariffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's I think that absolutely will have inflationary pressures. We're already starting to see them a little bit. we're also, it seems like we're starting to see their impact on the jobs market as well. Ultimately, it just seems like a lot of these things that he was doing, he's implementing like trade policy to either strong arm people into doing what he wants, or to or to like appeal to the base, which he's been saying for like quite a long time, that, oh, we're getting screwed over in trade, even though, you know, as the richest country per capita in the world, it makes sense that we are going to be buying things more from other countries than selling to other countries. So I think we're just sort of, you know, there may be some situations where we come out of this and like in some sectors we might improve marginally our production capability or capacity. But at the same time, we're also raising prices on our consumers, right? We're taxing our importers at the same time. And while there's going to be some good revenue in for the government in the beginning, right? Over time, tariff taxes are diminishing returns if your goal is to increase manufacturing. But the higher pricing will still be on the consumer because A, it's more expensive to manufacture things in the United States because of labor. B, there are still going to be raw resources that we're going to have to import, and tariffs will still be placed on those raw resources. And C, I forgot what C was. Those 2 points are still very good, though. Fuck me. What was C? Oh, no. Well, it might come back to me. But you get what I'm saying. It just seems needless.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to still... Oh, I remember C. C, once they see that consumers are paying higher prices for tariffed goods, because obviously we have to, because we're buying things, they're going to see those prices and say, oh, okay, so we can have our prices at least at this level, and Americans will still buy it, which means any inflation that we get from the tariffs, where the idea of manufacturing them at home is, you know, potentially going to lower the prices, is not going to be the case, because when companies see that Americans are buying them at a certain amount, they're just going to sell them at that amount or higher, right?
Yeah, no, I can see that. What I see from what Republicans push back with this is that it's a. I'm not saying I agree with this at all. I'm just asking questions, really.
Sure.
It's that Trump's using it as a negotiation tactic.
So, yeah,
it's a longer term
I've
effect
seen
that we'll
that.
see for the benefit.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that, and I have a couple different thoughts about that. Number one, and I know you've heard this point before, I'm sure, it's either a negotiating tactic or it's to bring back manufacturing, right? They say both, but those things are kind of diametrically opposed. Because if it's a negotiating tactic, then they're using it to negotiate and they won't actually implement them, which means it's not going to bring back manufacturing, right? But if it's bringing back manufacturing, then it's not a negotiating tactic because it's what they're going to implement. So those 2 points are kind of at odds with each other. But also, from what we've seen from the deals that have been inked, is it doesn't appear to be a negotiating tactic, because maybe with China you could maybe say it was, although it just seemed like he was trying to strong arm them, they wouldn't do it, and then the back and forth just got out of control. But if you look at like the deals we have done, we definitely have higher tariffs here than any of the people that we've made deals with. So if it's a negotiating tactic, we still have the tariffs, right? We're still going to be paying more for products being imported, or any products made with any material that is being imported from tariffed countries, which, you know, at the very minimum, every single country across the globe is going to have, is it 10 or 15%? It's either 10 or 15%. But yeah. So maybe it is a negotiating tactic, and that might be partially true, but, you know, effectively, the end result, from my perspective, it's just still not great, even if it is a negotiating tactic. At least so far.
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't was it Apple? Not Apple. Maybe it was Apple. Didn't they say they were going to start building or manufacturing?
Yeah. And they might. And I think they're doing that with the understanding that they're going to get exceptions on the tariffs. So, I mean, in that case, one could call it a negotiating tactic. It seems weird that he's using it as a negotiating tactic with a domestic company. And we'll see how that affects the prices of Apple's consumer products, which are already very expensive. I've already heard that either this year or next year's phones are supposed to start getting price bumps. And I do think that's going to be a result of the tariffs. And I do think products that are manufactured here will probably have a little bit of a price bump. We'll see if Americans' wallets are going to be happy with that or not. But, ideally, if we bring some manufacturing back here, that's good. Now, one of the interesting things about it, though, is the plants that they're going to open are for like silicon and chip production, which means that they're going to be getting subsidies from Biden's CHIPS Act, which means he probably could have negotiated this without doing the tariffs.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. That's another big thing I have is countries are usually pretty chill for doing trade deals. So I don't think he would have needed the tariffs to negotiate them.
Well, I think the macro idea is to not be reliant on other countries.
I mean, there's only so much of that.
As much as we are.
Yeah, there's only so much of that that's possible. We don't contain all of the resources that we need within our borders. There's
of course. I don't think it should not have zero reliance.
Yeah. The reason we do it isn't as much for reliance, it's for cost. We want to be able to provide cheaper products to our consumers so that people who live here can buy more with their money. Reliance, I don't think, is really the word, I guess, that I would use to describe it. But yeah, hey Cinderella, what's up? We're talking a little bit of tariffs, a little bit of judicial stuff, just Trump stuff. Got Sleepy Joe up here. Do you know Cinderella from Tiny's chat?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It sounds familiar. Has she? They've been in your chat before or no?
Yeah.
In your stream.
Yeah. Actually, he comes up in chats sometimes in Discord.
Yeah. I think my ultimate pushback, not pushback really, it's just I think that a lot of times people say that Trump is like destroying the country and they'll bring up like tariffs and things that you mentioned. Yeah. I don't see that as destroying I'm not even saying this is your argument.
Well,
I'm just saying that's
I don't think the outline that I put out there makes it seem like I'm saying the tariffs are destroying the country, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying you're saying this.
Vibe. Yeah. The vibe I'm saying is that it's going to be more expensive for Americans, and that's going to put pressure on our economy, and I don't think that's a good thing, especially when we had, an economy that was booming under Biden. And it looked like, obviously in the meantime, as he was pausing these tariffs and all of that, that looked like it was going to continue. But now we're at a situation where we're starting to see some pretty bad jobs numbers. And that's a bit of an understatement even. And inflation is starting to creep up a little bit. Like, I've certainly noticed things are getting more expensive. I don't know if you've noticed that, but I definitely have noticed. Like, there are certain things that I buy regularly that have gone up in price. Some by a little bit, some by like a decent amount. So for example, for Mika's food, right? 6 months ago, a 35-pound bag of Mika's food was like $70, right? Now, 6 months later, it's $85. So I'm definitely seeing rises in prices. And there are other things as well that are getting affected by that, but it does seem pretty noticeable to me.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, economic pain is going to be the number one indicator for how we vote in the future. So I should be celebrating. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not that guy. I'm never going to celebrate when we get hurt economically, even if it's the quote unquote other team, so to speak, that's doing it. I don't like to see it.
No, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Fuck. I didn't have this conversation earlier in the day.
Bro, well, maybe... sometime I'm gonna have to start going at other times, right? So it's easier for people to come in and chat and watch and stuff. Cinderella says, Destiny's been doing slop all night, so I'm testing out watching both of you at the same time. Well, if it's slop, then I'm sure this is far more entertaining. Why is he on so late? Jesus.
Wasn't he talking? He was like watching the people trying to sue him or whatever, the fucking incest family.
Oh, yeah, the Thorpes. That's when I had to jump off and get started with the stream. Yep. He was in the middle of the Thorpes shit. Is he still going about the Thorpe stuff? Still now?
I'm not sure. I turned it off a
At
while ago.
11:30 Eastern time? No, Cinderella's saying. No, he just moved on. Oh. Okay. That'd be crazy, dog. That'd be crazy. Wait, he just moved on? So he's been doing the Thorpe stuff for what, like 2 hours? 2.5 hours? Maybe 3 hours? Jesus. Yeah, so the tariff stuff and the judicial stuff I've been following really, really closely. Luckily, I have some pretty good resources on that. Tariff stuff, obviously, my mom has like really strong financial background, degree in finance from Wharton, so I have really good conversations with her. But also, like I mentioned, for the judicial stuff, I'm so thankful to have this resource in my uncle, because I can talk to him and like really go over the details of some of these rulings, take notes down, understand like, okay, here's the situation, here's what it makes harder, here are the sort of ways to get around it, but here's why they're not quite as good as the way it was before. And yeah, those have been really, really good conversations. So I appreciate that resource a lot.
Yeah. I just think that, and obviously we can see in the next few years what happens actually, but I think like price fluctuations, because right now, I mean, I don't have a cat, so I'm not sure the price of cat food or dog food or any of that. I think fluctuations will always happen. I'm just not seeing that as like why Trump is like a disaster for the country.
Sure. I mean, when we're saying he's a disaster for the country, there's a mix of what we're seeing coming down the line based on certain economic indicators, certain policies like the ones we've already been talking about, and some of the stuff that he's already done vis-a-vis, the sweeping sort of rulings that are coming out of the Supreme Court right now. I think... Oh, and then of course the lawsuits he's doing against the big law firms and the news organizations, that's really scary to me. I would imagine you're probably not a fan of those.
I mean, I can push back on that.
Okay.
I'm not sure about the law firms. Maybe I've heard of them, but you can kind of refresh my memory. I know more about the news ones.
So for the law firms, essentially, he is putting them in a situation where, hey, like, unless you come and do pro bono work for me, I'm gonna like bog you down in lawsuits. So there have been certain.
Wait, what did he actually say?
Well, he didn't say anything. Okay. This is just, so these are the deals that are being done with these law firms. So there were certain law firms that he dropped the cases because they agreed to do pro bono work for him in the White House. And then the law firms that didn't agree to that, he continued on with the lawsuits. The good thing is that these lawsuits that didn't agree are starting to win these cases against him. So it looks like they're going to be able to avoid doing that. But the fact that he was pushing that in the first place is really, really shaky, really scary to me.
My initial pushback is that lawsuits are a legal way, or it's legal to do in the United States.
Yeah.
So what's the issue?
I never said it was illegal.
No, I know, but what's the issue then?
I mean, it's ethically...
Are you saying the president shouldn't like sue people?
I'm saying
like
the president shouldn't. I'm saying the president shouldn't engage in a massive slew of frivolous lawsuits against big law firms.
Yeah, but most lawsuits. I mean, I shouldn't say most of that statistics, but I'd argue based on nothing right now, we can go into it if you want
Yeah.
to. I'd say most lawsuits are frivolous to begin with.
I just don't think that's really a reason for him to do that. I think this seems to be a pretty clear attempt for him to get legal free pro bono legal work for the government and for the White House, and avoid pushback from law firms who otherwise would be working on cases that go against the government. It seems pretty clear in the actions that that's what they're trying to do.
I mean, we can look at like a lot of government, like people in government who do shit like this, not specifically suing, but like using their power to gain an advantage over someone else. It's not just specific to Trump.
Yeah, that's probably true, but it becomes a big issue when you're talking about going after the law firms that are there to sue and push back against the government when the government acts against.
Let's skip. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I have to look more into this specifically.
Sure.
I just heard about. We can go into the reporter one though, if you want.
Yeah, go for the news ones.
Yeah. What's your problem with that?
My issue is that he's leveraging his power to, like for example, with the situation with Paramount, he's leveraging his power to approve or disapprove mergers in order to get things that he wants. And, with the situation with like 60 Minutes and ABC, he is leveraging his power to do like lots of lawsuits, bog them down in legal issues to get them to agree with him on particular situations or move forward with certain shows in ways that are more favorable to him. So like 60 Minutes, for example, is the big
with the whole Kamala thing.
Yeah, with the
editing. That, or there's something else?
Yeah, the editing thing is like the big thing that he talked about, yeah.
And do you think that they should have, not legally, but do you think they should have edited it like they did? Just like a general, like, moral thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty normal for those kinds of interviews.
Well, I don't care what normal is. Normal is like most people in the country are obese. That's normal. Obesity is obviously not very good.
Yeah, but like when you're editing like an interview, like, for example, Fox did a very similar thing for Trump in his favor. Nobody's saying, sue and pressure Fox over that. Well, I'm sure some people are saying it. I'm not saying it.
I mean, if they were the president or they had the power to sue Fox and potentially win, they probably would.
Biden was the
Fox
president at the time. He could have. And he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. Because he respects the free press and their ability to do things as they decide as the free press.
Potentially. I just don't think that Trump, if they're manipulating what's happening in an interview, I think it's okay to push back.
I mean, like what?
And suing them is a way to do that.
What do you think they were manipulating necessarily? Exactly.
The way Kamala speaks was very. She sounds like me right now, not very articulate.
Yeah, I mean,
not very presidential.
And you think
so? Editing it make her look better is what they were trying to.
And
accomplish.
so when Fox does something similar for Trump, you think that means Fox should be sued as well?
Sure.
Okay, I'm on the opposite side of the consistency. That's where we're at. I just don't think either one should be sued for that.
When you're suing someone, it's not just like I sue you, so I just automatically get money. It goes through a process.
Yeah, I get that, but he's the president. It's a little different when you're being sued by the president, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, if he were a private citizen and doing that lawsuit, I would have nothing to say about it. But when you're the president and you wield like the powers of like the White House's lawyers and legal team and all of that stuff, and you have the ability to, like, I don't know, for example, kick them out of the White House press pool, which he's done with certain groups, and severely access their ability to get information from the White House. Like that, there are material ways that you can impact their ability to report the news and do their job as well as their competitors. And yeah, I just don't think if you are the
Didn't
president.
Didn't he kick him out of like a room? But they didn't. He didn't kick them out of like. So it was. I don't remember the exact thing they're referring to, but.
I'm not sure about ABC. I know they did that with AP because AP wouldn't call it the Gulf of America, which that's kind of fucking stupid. But yeah, I just think like if you're the president.
No, but what did he do specifically? I just don't remember.
So he kicked
with AP.
He kicked AP out of the White House press pool because they referred to the Gulf of.
And what does that mean, press pool?
So you know when they're doing like the press conferences, like with Caroline Levitt and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the press pool. So those
are
the guys who go in. Yeah, he barred them from going in. He said, "You guys can't come into these press conferences anymore." And I think since then, because they said all of this stuff, they let them back in because people were rightly.
Well, but not every not every like a news station or like a reporter can go in there. You have to get like approved, right?
Yeah, but all the major ones go in. So like AP is not like other news organizations either. You know, AP is a wire. So they don't like do opinion pieces. They just report the information. They just report the news. And so like barring an organization like AP from the White House press pool, like that is like I'd still have like a big issue if it were like ABC, CBS, or a Democrat doing it with Fox, you know, whatever that may be. I'd still have an issue with that. But if you're doing like AP or Reuters, where they're a wire and all they do is report just the information, that is, again, that's really scary to me. So
it's when you say the word, when you use the word "scary,"
yeah,
like what does that mean?
That means
I know what it means, but like, what do you think's what do you think's actually not happening? Because they're barred from.
I think we're applying pressure on the ability for like open free speech and freedom of the press.
And tell me again why they were barred. I forgot what you said.
They were barred because right after they did the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of
America.
Wouldn't.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And one of the reasons why that's particularly egregious to me, like maybe it would be a little bit. I still would be against it, but maybe it might be a little bit more understandable if they were solely an American organization. But AP is an organization that operates around the world for every country in the world, and the only country that refers to it as the Gulf of Mexico is the Gulf of America is the United States. Every other country in the world still calls it the Gulf of Mexico. So for them to just start calling it the Gulf of America, it just doesn't make any sense because they're not like a solely American organization.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
I'll look more into that.
Yeah, please.
I might agree with you. I have to look into the specifics of it.
And you might not, and I'm sure if you don't, you'll bring a pretty good argument. So. Or at least tell me I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about.
No, this isn't like that.
I'm just fucking with you, buddy. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, so, I just, he seems very keen to say a lot of, you know, things that I find to be pretty unacceptable for the President of the United States of America in particular, a country that holds free speech to be its highest value.
Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from. I just don't think that it's the biggest deal.
So, like, what do you think would be a point where you would start being like, okay, now we're really having a free speech problem?
That's a good question. I think if he's pressuring, like, actual pressure to have AP report a specific way, or threatening to like not destroy them, but he has to do more than just kicking them out of a room. Like,
well, I mean, that's a pretty important room. That is a pretty important room.
I mean, not like for free speech. You don't have to be in the room to report anything.
No,
like other
no. Like
non-major.
if you want again, not a single time have I said that was an unconstitutional thing that he did.
No, yeah,
right?
yeah.
But I do think he is trying to implement a chilling effect in a sense, where he's trying to set examples and say, hey, I want you to do certain things, and if you don't do these certain things, you might deal with some bullshit from me, which I think goes against the values of free speech that we should have, right? Even if you don't like what the press is saying about you, they should be able to say pretty much whatever the fuck they want, as long as it doesn't cross the points of libel.
No, I agree.
Libel. Yeah, and when it comes to a politician, right? Those standards are even way, you have way more freedom when you're a public figure when it comes to libel and slander laws. So it's a lot harder to say that someone is being libelous in print or slander in speech when you're a public figure, and that's been adjudicated a lot of times.
No, I agree with that what you just said. I just don't agree that kicking a reporter out of a room is that.
I think. See, the thing
you
is,
call it a slippery slope when you're down that road, but I think one action isn't that.
I think the room is the important part, right? Which room it is. If they were if a reporter's at a PAC conference, right? And they say, a CPAC, right? And they're like, you know what? We don't want CNN here because they are against our values as a PAC. I may not like it, but I think that's well within the grounds of free speech, right? Really well within the grounds of free speech. They're a private organization, a private PAC, and they can decide which organizations are attending. But when you are the government, the federal government, and you are kicking, not just a network, but an unbiased network that only reports the news, does not do any opinion, out of the White House press pool, where they are doing their addresses to the press to inform them of things that are going on in the White House, simply because of, hey, you're not saying this thing the way I want you to say it. I think that definitely puts a chilling effect on the ability to report things properly, because now you might be like, oh, if I don't say something the way he wants me to say it, they might deny me access. And it also, not just to them, but to other groups, it says, okay, you better do things the way I want, or you could find yourself out on your ass. And on top of that, just from a personal, experiential situation, and just to be clear, I'm not saying this is who Trump is necessarily, but when we look at a lot of dictatorships, authoritarian regimes around the world, a lot of times they do start with doing similar things to that. Now, I'm not saying that means
no, I understand.
Okay, yeah, but it's just I see that, and then I'm going to use my favorite little word for this conversation. It's scary to me, because I don't know where that could go. And I tend to want to sit on, as much free speech as we can, especially when we're dealing with the federal government.
Yeah, I would have to look at it. So AP didn't say anything about this before they kicked out. They just didn't say the name.
Yes.
Gulf of America. That's all they did. There's no statements.
They don't do opinion pieces, so they only report news. They're a news wire. They're not like Fox or CNN or MSNBC or anything like that.
Okay, I'm gonna look more into this, but I'm just gonna take you at.
And I think they're back
exactly
now.
what happened.
I think they are back now
yeah.
because they got a lot of pushback for that. But yeah,
did they change the name or?
No, I don't think so. Let me see. I don't know. I haven't checked up on that. Let's see. Does AP still call it the Gulf of Mexico? Okay. They are still calling it the Gulf of Mexico. But they are calling Denali Mount McKinley.
They're doing what now?
Okay, so they are. So Trump changed Denali back to Mount McKinley.
Okay.
They are following that, and the reason they are doing it is because they say Trump has the authority to change federal geographical names within the country, and that was the big thing about the Gulf of Mexico thing, is that is not a territory of the United States. So basically, he doesn't actually have the authority to change how everyone else refers to it, only how we refer to it in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's like it goes anywhere close to like an infringement on the First Amendment.
I didn't say it was unconstitutional. Remember, I did not say it was
No,
unconstitutional.
I'm not saying it. I'm just saying it's not close to going in that direction.
No, but it's yeah. I mean, and maybe I am using a bit of slippery slope, but I think with things like this, I am absolutely going to be more on the hey, I'm gonna be fucking slippery slopey about this, you know? Like that's where I'm gonna be.
I think that's what most people do with Trump. It's always things might happen in the future because of this incident that's kind of bad, maybe.
Well, I can't speak for other people. I would say I'm generally pretty. I try to be as charitable with him as I can, right? Because I don't want to come off that way. I don't want to come off as somebody who's like everything that he does, I'm freaking the fuck out, right? So I try not to do that. And again, like I'm not freaking out about this saying, oh my God, you know, there goes our First Amendment because of what he's doing right here. I am saying, hey, this is really concerning. I really don't like this. This to me goes against the idea of what presidents should go for free speech. I'm not saying it's unconstitutional, but I am saying that I do not want to see my president doing things like this. He should allow news organizations to report however they want. That's the spirit of free speech in our country.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're just going to go in circles with that one.
Yeah, it's fine. You know, after you look into it more, you know, come back. I know.
No, I'm trying to like take what you're saying as the literal thing that's happening. I still don't see it.
Why?
I just don't think kicking someone out of your it's literally his house. Taking them out of his house because they aren't saying
it's not. It doesn't belong to him. It belongs to the federal government.
Then how was he able to take them out?
Because so it used to be that
when I say his house, I don't literally mean he can sell it or some shit like that.
Yeah, but I think that distinction is really, really important. If it were his house, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But because it's the White House, right, the seat of government, I have an issue with it, right? The representation of our government should be one of, we may not agree with what you're saying, but you have the right to say it. That's the image and the position that you should be giving out, right? So that's what I say when I'm like, this is not in the spirit of the First Amendment to me, even though I don't believe it necessarily breaks the Constitution. Another thing was... it used to be that the White House correspondents would choose the press pool. So they would decide who goes in. So it wouldn't be the president.
When was this?
It wouldn't be... What? When was this the case?
Yeah.
Up until like a few months ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So the White House correspondents would choose who was in the press pool. Not the president, right? To avoid any situations where the president picks and chooses who goes in because he likes them or doesn't like them. And then they actually just recently changed that. So now the White House will choose who's in the press pool. I think they did that the last time as well. Let me double check. Traditionally, White House Correspondents Association has managed selection of the White House press pool. Oh, no. He may not. No, I don't think he even did it during his first term. Yeah, so he didn't do it during his first term, which I think says something.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I don't think this matters at all.
So when would it be concerning to you?
They let Tim Pool in.
Yeah, because Tim Pool is incredibly favorable to Trump.
No, I know, but like, they can pick and choose who they let in.
Right, I know. It used to be that. Oh, come on, dude. Are you fucking kidding? Oh God, I stopped paying attention. It used to be that you couldn't pick and choose as the president.
But that wasn't a law, right? That was just that's what they just did.
That was tradition. It wasn't a law. I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
saying
yeah.
it was.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying you're saying this. I'm just.
Yeah.
I'm
So
not accusing you of anything.
the reason that I think this is important is because in all cases where you have the ability to avoid the image or potential like use of authority to impose your will upon the press, you should take that as the president. You should be as hands-off with the press as possible. That's the spirit of free speech. That's how every president has done it before. That's how every president should do it going forward. It is not your job as the president to tell the press what to do, to tell which organizations you can report on me, but you can't. That is not your job as a president. Yes, technically, it's not a violation of the First Amendment, but it.
Well, he didn't do what you said he did. Well, he didn't do what you just said shouldn't happen.
What?
He didn't tell them that they can't report on something. He just kicked them out of the room. That's not telling them they have to report a certain way.
Well,
it's not the same thing.
Okay, so he didn't outright say it, but obviously he did it because they weren't reporting it a certain way.
That's my line is like if he said that and threatened to like
okay, but
take down their entire company.
You realize they know that he knows like if he says it explicitly, then there's no more plausible deniability, right? Then it does become potentially because if he says it specifically, then it does potentially become a constitutional issue.
Yeah, that's the line I have.
So
17 steps before that.
Okay, but you realize like sometimes if it gets to that point, it's too late, right?
No.
No.
If he threatened AP and said, "I will destroy your company unless you report this," you'd be fucking impeached. You and I both know that would happen.
I mean, he'd be impeached. Would he be removed? I don't know. I don't know. With this Congress, I really don't know. They've essentially abdicated a lot of their power to him. I'm not so sure.
I think we just have to disagree on that then.
Well, maybe that might be the case, and I might be wrong about that. But I don't think I still look just because it doesn't break the Constitution doesn't mean that I think it's acceptable or okay.
Yeah.
Right. And to me, like, if you're the president, you should not be fucking around with the press. You can say stuff if you don't like what they're saying, that's fine. But you should not be restricting access to the press. It's just, you're supposed to be setting an example. You're supposed to be showing that, hey, this is free speech. We respect free speech in our country. Restricting the press from the White House press pool, it's not a good look. I don't like it. I think it's bad. If Biden did it, I wouldn't like it. If Obama did it, I wouldn't like it. Right? I do not think
Obama killed an American citizen, so there we go. What's worse?
Oh, we don't need to litigate that again, buddy.
That's my point. Like all presidents, all people in power are doing things like this. It might not be the same exact situation, but it's using the power to gain an advantage.
If we talk about like the mitigating circumstances here, right? Like the argument that you and I had over the situation with Al-Awlaki, we had a list of like, okay, this guy potentially had a hand in like a whole bunch of different shit, right? He was like Harvard.
What's his violating due process? That's the ultimate thing, as an American citizen.
Well, he was violating due process, but there were also as we looked at it, there were certain situations where that was acceptable. He didn't fully go through those situations, right? Because we were looking at like authorizations through like Congress and all of that stuff. And there were circumstances that led to him doing it then and jumping the gun, right? But again, we don't need to relitigate that whole thing.
Yeah.
This, on the other hand, is not like an urgent situation where he feels like he needs to act to get rid of somebody who could be a threat to national security. This was him being upset that they didn't call it the name that he wanted, and then him saying, okay, well, you don't get to come into the press briefings now, which is just like, it's AP. It's AP. It's not CNN, right? It's not MSNBC. This is not like a biased news organization. This is AP. This is like the standard. All of the articles you see everywhere that people like repost, the articles that are just like the news and information articles, almost all of them are coming from either AP or Reuters. That's what they do. No opinion. So it's very strange to like see that for an organization like AP, whose job has never been to like talk shit about the president, even, because they never like come out and been like, oh, we don't like Trump sucks. Not once. They've never reported that kind of thing.
Maybe, and again, I have to look at the specifics of this.
Okay.
Because I don't really want to talk about it without knowing anything about.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I was going to make a point, but I was like, I actually don't know. I was going to say, I'll just say it, knowing what I just said.
Yeah.
They made a choice to not say it. They made a choice to say Gulf of Mexico, right? Not Gulf of America, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, but I explained to you why.
Yeah, but they still made that choice.
Well, why is it?
I didn't look into this.
Yeah, like why is it that an organization that operates internationally should essentially?
Well, doesn't CNN operate internationally?
Yeah, but they are like an American organization at its core. Right? But if you go to like CNN International, I bet you CNN International is probably calling it the Gulf of Mexico.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. And so AP, on the other hand, is like, they might be like, I think they might be headquartered in the United States, but they operate in a very as unbiased a manner as they can. That's
was this the American? Did they have an American version, or is it just all one?
It's just all one. It's just all AP.
And it's just a different language for different countries.
Right. And
it's
they
the same
essentially
article.
take the same article. My understanding is they just take the same article and they translate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look into it. We can talk about it later.
Sure. For sure. And, if there's things that I missed, bring them to my attention and, maybe I'll adjust my opinion.
Yeah.
It's an American. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure they were based out of America. They're an American. See, they're a non-profit, though. That's also really important, I think.
AP?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean anything, really.
Well, it just means like their goal isn't, okay, we got to get the views, we got to get engagement up, right? Their goal is just to report information.
Well, I mean, that's how they get donors, right?
Yeah, maybe.
By being popular.
How do they? I don't
by being
know
popular
exactly
is a
where
way
they get
to
their
attract
funding.
donors.
How does AP get its funding? Not-for-profit news or cooperative. Its funding model relies on a combination of sources: licensing, diversification of revenue streams. Hang on. My browser's being a son of a bitch. Okay. Offering a range of services to the industry. So they are an exclusive commercial photo partner of the NFL. Direct-to-consumer and digital advertising. So they do advertising. Data licensing. That's right. They license their articles out to news organizations. So a lot of news organizations will pay AP to use their reporting articles. So that's why AP articles are like everywhere, because they have like this established standard. Is like, okay, they just report the news. So an AP article is generally considered to be accurate reporting. There is some philanthropy as well, grants and donations from various organizations and individuals. It doesn't break down how much of that it is. But again, my understanding is that AP generally does not put a political opinion on any of its reporting. And not that I've seen in any of its articles. I don't think I've ever seen an AP article that had like a political bent to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think ultimately that doesn't even matter for what I'm trying to say.
I know.
It's just it hasn't gone far enough for me to see an issue with it.
Yeah. Okay. Would you at least? I mean, how about this then? You may not have to see an issue with it, but if I were to ask, would you prefer that he did or didn't do that? What would you say?
If I took everything you said at face value, I'd say I have to think about it actually. I'm like in the middle. Like, I actually don't care either way.
So like all other things put away, right? If you just had no other consequences.
I think it's hard without me knowing exactly what Trump said. Like I need like more context to this.
Well, I don't think he can really outright say it. That's the thing. Because if he does outright say it,
did they kick him out on air?
No.
Or like, okay.
Yeah, they made a decision behind.
So how do we find out?
They made a decision behind the scenes, and then they said in like a press release, they were like, "Okay, AP's not allowed anymore."
Okay, I'll look at that later.
Yeah, if I'm recalling, it was a while ago, so I might be
yeah.
Some of the little details, but if I recall, that's what it was. Yeah, it's just weird. It's real weird to me. But I feel like, again, like all things considered, setting everything else aside, let's say everything I've told you is true about how it went down, right? Let's just assume that. And you had the choice without any other consequences, right? He lets them stay or he goes. Which of those two would you prefer to happen?
Probably to stay, but like barely.
Yeah, that's fine. Then like, yeah, I guess you're not like as far as me on it, but you at least kind of understand where I'm coming from, and that's kind of all I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's fine.
I think our disagreement is that is the whole First Amendment issue.
Well, again,
it potentially being that.
Yeah, I think if he said it explicitly, then maybe we're having an issue as far as like constitutionality goes, and then I still think it's difficult to prove that. But also, it's more about, again, from my position, it's less about, oh, he's breaking the Constitution, and more about, hey, like, as the president, you really should be going out of your way to encourage as free a press as you possibly can. And then to me, doing something like this, I wouldn't say it outright does the opposite, but I also wouldn't say that it encourages free press. I would say it probably puts a little bit of pressure on free press. And I don't like that. I don't want to see that. I think that's bad.
Yeah, I could see the pressure. It's barely any pressure.
It's not a lot of pressure. And remember, I was just using that as a particular example.
Yeah.
Right? Like if we were to go into the lawsuits, and granted, I'm gonna have to like look more into like the details of the lawsuits to really like hone my argument in. But if we were to take a closer look at like some of those news lawsuits, I think I might have some stronger positions on that. Again, I don't think they're violating the First Amendment necessarily, but I do think they are trying to put indirect pressure on news organizations.
That's possible, but
yeah,
my pushback would be that, like I said earlier, that all politicians do this in some way. Not all, but like a lot of them.
I think so, but like lawsuits generally isn't the way that they're gonna do it, right? Like putting direct like legal pressure, I think is a step that certainly goes goes farther than most politicians will. I think most politicians, unless there's obvious violation of libel or slander laws, most politicians will come out and they'll be like, well, they're lying about me, yada, 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 and then they'll go on with their lives, right? I think doing these lawsuits to try and a lot of these things they just settled out of court because they knew it would probably cost them more money to fight them, even though they'd probably end up winning a lot of this stuff. And what really can be very harmful to a news organization, a long protracted public battle with the government can be a big issue. I think they wanted to avoid a lot of these things, and so they ended up settling and agreeing to certain terms to avoid that situation, which I do not think that's a situation we should be putting our news organizations into. We should be allowing them to operate as freely and as detached as possible. And I think he has a little bit of a pattern of being a bit more hands-on and involved, and I say a bit, hedging a little bit, because I think in some cases I do think it's more than a bit with certain things than, traditionally is usually considered to be acceptable, and while he does necessarily have the right, it doesn't really look good. For example, historically, presidents separate themselves from the DOJ entirely, right? They only talk to them when it's absolutely necessary, because it's super important for the DOJ to operate without any pressure from the U.S. president. Whereas Donald Trump has not only, probably, I'm assuming, put a lot of private pressure on them, but he's publicly put pressure on them, which is pretty unprecedented.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to go into the specifics of each one, but even if Biden sued Fox News for the shit that they say, I still wouldn't really care.
I would not care if he did that now because he's a private citizen. If he were the president doing a lawsuit against Fox, I might have something to say about it.
Yeah, I still wouldn't.
And that's fair. I think we're both being consistent here. We're just on other sides of the argument.
Yep.
Candy's here.
Okay. Where?
Candy's in the chat.
The chat pulled up.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Okay, here we go. Who's getting the chunkla? What am I distracted by? What you doing? Oh, you son of a bitch! Well, wait, how was I cheating at dailies? He's not even on. He's gone. How could I cheat at dailies? He's not even streaming. What are you talking about?
I think it's just a meme at this point.
I know, it really is just a meme at this point. I was super locked in. This is a good chat. This is a really good chat. I've started taking, on streaming days, I've started taking my medicine later. And I feel like it's really making a difference for my stream. I get super locked in to these discussions better than I was before.
You say you take it later?
Yeah, I take it a little later in the day.
Yes, you're getting more of an impact.
Yeah, I think I'm a lot more focused in discussion.
Yep.
Yeah. It's good. I feel a little more sure of my points too. That could be good or that could be bad. I think that's good for rhetoric. Maybe it means I might misrepresent something. But hey, if you got the goods and you throw them at me, then I'll have no choice. Cosmic, what are you face palming? Did I say something?
That's the only button he has on his keyboard.
That is the only button. Cosmic only has the face palm button. Also, hi Candy! We missed you! What did I do? Why am I getting face palmed? What did I do? Oh, I think it was about Tiny Stream tonight? Oh, okay. Oh, dude. I'm so sorry I feel so tired. That sucks, dude. Well, I guess at least you'll get some sleep. Maybe you'll be able to change it to I feel really awake. I'm sorry. That was mean. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help it. I really do feel bad, buddy. That really does suck. I've lost a job before, and it's not fun. Okay, Candy. Well, now you deserve to get your typo dunked on for saying such blasphemy in my chat, okay? How dare you? Talking about empanadas. Talking shit about my empanadas. Raisins? Raisins? How's that not a typo? You spelled it with more letters than it actually has. What do you mean you didn't want to spell it out?
Stick to Spanish.
Argentina. Argentina Cosmic. Or Cinderella, sorry. Oh, she also said hi Schnookums to you earlier in chat. I don't know if you saw that.
Hi, Candy. No, I don't have chat pulled up. My phone's about to die.
He doesn't want to be all sweet in the voice chat. He feels awkward. You gotta be a big manly man. He can't be all sweet with you right now, Candy.
I got a girlfriend now. I have a girlfriend now, so me and Candy are broken up.
Let's all give props and mazel tovs to Sleepy.
It's not that big of a deal, but
we should celebrate. Well, I mean, if it's a new girlfriend, I don't know if I want to say love. That might be premature. But we should celebrate happy things, right?
I guess.
Yeah. Cinderella, I work in a Peruvian restaurant and I'm partial to theirs now. That's fine. You can be partial to them. But, like, once you taste Argentinian empanadas, you're just going to be like, I mean, the Peruvian ones are okay.
Huh?
Which interaction?
You're cheating on me?
Hey, Candy!
Candy, my phone's about to die.
Oh, he's got to run.
Idiot.
I gotta go.
Idiot. You're my phone's about to die now.
Buddy, it was awesome chatting to you as always.
Okay.
Man.
Okay. All right. All right. Bail out. Go ahead. Run.
No, I'm kidding.
Go ahead.
I have 2% left.
He has 2%.
So I got
Tiene
like
2%, ¿viste? Tiene que ir. You gotta go.
He's running away. Yeah.
Oh no. You've got a pissed off, jilted Latina now. Good luck.
Ew, what else is new?
Alright, Cosmic, what is this? What am I looking at? Do I need to watch this too?
I cannot believe. I'm still in disbelief.
It's okay.
And what's wrong?
We'll
The
be here
love.
for you.
I thought we meant
We'll support.
something.
We'll support your broken heart. Which one is the longer one? It's not giving me time. It's just the incident, I'm assuming. Do I not need the? Do I not need like the context here? Can I just watch it without the context?
Is the copyright stuff? Make sure it's not.
The lead up? Oh, okay. I don't think this is
Go ahead.
copyrighted, right?
I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
I know.
While I'm brushing my dogs, I'm just thinking.
What incident is that? What led?
Ask me what I'm thinking about.
I have no clue. I don't know what any of this is. I'm going into this blind.
And not letting me not tell you. You are not letting me have privacy in my own.
Daniel, mi amor.
Hey, we got
Beavis
Beavis
Daniel.
Oh.
You see what's going? You see what just happened? I told you. I
I'll
said in
play
the
it
chat.
in a second,
I
Cosmic.
think
I'm
he
gonna see if I
secretly
can up the
divorced
volume.
me, and you
You
were
have a
like,
sixth
"No."
sense.
You said to me, "No, he's still your snookum, boo boo snookums," and I said to you, "No, I think he secretly divorced me," and you were telling me no. See, I told you, I was right.
Honestly,
You got a sixth sense.
Mhm.
it was when
Women
you said
do.
When you said Denzel Washington wasn't a good actor, I was kind of over it.
But you know what? I think Cinderella made a great point about Candy. Cinderella made a really great point about Argentina and the raisins.
Whoa! Hey! Yo! Uncalled for! Wow!
They made raisins because they didn't know how to make wine.
Shit!
Oh, that's funny. That is hilarious.
That is almost too far, Cinderella. That is practically blasphemous. Jesus.
That is like post of the night.
Oh
yes,
my
that should be pinned on the fucking top.
Oh my
If I was a
god.
mod, I would pin that post right about now.
Luckily, Casper and Scarecrow aren't here to do your dirty work for you.
I know. I see that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know where Casper is. She was here earlier. Maybe she heard me say her name. She's gonna run over and be like, "What? What can I do to fuck with Jordan?"
I summon the Casper.
Summon the Casper.
You
oh,
summon?
My goodness.
Wow. Okay. Do you rub a lamp while you do that too, or something? What?
I mean, you rub something.
Only.
Oh wow! Oh, whoa! Whoa!
No comment.
Oh wow! Wow! Okay, listen. Oh my god. Yeah, guys are perverting my innocent mind.
What? I was talking about petting Mika. I don't know what you're talking about.
My pure innocent mind is being corrupted.
I don't think anyone believes that.
Oh wow. Gee, thank you. Oh damn.
Oh my goodness.
Damn. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Ooh, Cosmic did the I gotta do it because he did the emote. Hang on. I gotta do it. Oh, you've been gone enough. We have like new soundboard stuff. We have new emotes, Candy.
How dare you?
How dare you?
See,
that's the one you should play. You should have played when
Cinderella did the wine.
He had a girlfriend.
I was so or the girlfriend thing. I was so incensed in the moment I didn't think of it. I was so
Don't
upset.
bias the jury, Candy.
Yeah, because we're watching. I guess I'm watching like some thing that happened, and I'm supposed to comment on it. I have no idea what's going on. All I know is that it's called Brad Audio, and it says what led up to the incident. And there's like some audio recorded here, and so I'm just gonna watch this, and we're gonna see what the deal is.
All right, I have to mute.
All right.
And we'll take it from there.
I'm brushing my dogs.
Yep.
And you think that you are entitled to know what is happening in my brain. And you are not.
I'm just right and you're lying. But go on.
What am I lying about? Can you tell me if you're going to accuse me of lying? Can you tell me what I'm lying about? What am I lying about?
What are you thinking about?
I'm lying about what I'm thinking about.
Yep.
And you know that how?
Because I just know. Because I've been with you for 5 years.
Because you just know that I'm lying at what I'm thinking about.
I've been with you for 5 years. That's an important detail.
You've been with me for 5 years.
I've actually had to deal with your shit.
So you've had to deal with my shit for 5 years, so you know exactly what I'm thinking about.
Now you're gonna throw it on to me. Oh, but I've had to deal with your shit, and look at you, Nia. You're full of shit.
So okay, so I'm sorry. So
you're full of shit.
So you accuse me of lying. What am I lying about? You still haven't like outright said what I'm lying about. If you're gonna call me a liar, then.
How about you tell me, Tina? There's so much.
So what I'm going to tell you is that I'm not lying about anything. I'm sitting here.
Start with telling me one thing you have lied about. What have you lied to me about, Tina?
What have I lied to you about?
So I can think of times where you have mistakenly lied. And I've said you've lied, and no matter what I've said, you wouldn't accept that you lied to me. So you're a liar and you can't accept it.
So if someone...
Which is the worst combination I think I've ever witnessed in a partner.
So if someone unknowingly says something that isn't true, where they don't know...
And they can't accept when somebody corrects them, then they're full of shit.
So it's...
And when somebody can't listen when their partner tells them, and actually just deflects it and makes their life hell, then that's fucked up. And then you're a terrible lying partner who's emotionally abusive.
So if you
do you want to continue?
So if you say something to me, if I say something...
No, if you want to be combative, we can continue being combative because clearly you are not paying enough attention to this conversation.
I'm just trying to understand. So if
How about you stop doing what you're doing with the dogs, look them in the eyes, and just tell me the truth, Tina?
What's the truth? About what?
You tell me.
Okay. So, if
Without being a sarcastic bitch, look at me in the fucking eyes and tell me the truth.
So I have...
In the eyes, Tina!
Accidentally lied to you before. Well, I have like mistakenly given you...
Tina.
Sorry. I have mistakenly given you incorrect information, and I don't... Mistakenly giving incorrect information is not lying, and I am certain...
So that's not an example then. Try again. An example where you lied to me.
I don't know that I took the dogs out, and I hadn't yet.
When?
I don't know, sometime, at some point, I was like, yep, doing it right now, and then I didn't do it for another half an hour or something.
So you lied to me and you didn't even remember it. You don't even remember
A white
any
lie
details
about the dogs that I took care of the
So
dogs.
it meant nothing to you. Just a little white lie about the dogs.
I'm saying I'm sure that it's happened.
You're so used to throwing white lies at me, you don't even recognize this
No,
one?
that's not true. I just don't...
God, there's so many white lies, Tina. It's like, if they're all white lies, then none of them are, right?
I don't... What am I lying to you about? I want to... Like, I don't know.
Yeah, so far what I'm thinking, Cinderella, is obviously the place we are in the conversation, he seems a little bit more animated than her, and so, you know, he's coming off definitely more aggressive. But if we're looking at like the content of what they're saying, if what he's saying is true, and she's like constantly like doing little lies all over the place, I can understand being pretty upset and frustrated with that as well. Oh no, why? Why would you do that? Okay.
If they're all white lies, then none of them are, right?
I mean, I think I get what he's trying to say, but that was a weird way to phrase it. He's saying, like, if they're all white lies, like, the more that you're lying, even if they're little lies, if you're lying that much, it becomes, like, a much bigger issue.
What am I lying to you about? I want to... Like, I don't know what you're telling me I'm lying to you about. What's happening in my own brain? That's not fair. It's my own brain. You're not entitled to know that.
I mean, there's a measure of that. Yeah. But, like, if you're in a partnership with somebody, part of that partnership is, like, oh, I don't know, honesty is kind of important for that kind of thing. And, like, if you're constantly lying to your partner, well, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to trust you, I would imagine. And so, like, yeah, technically, he's not entitled to know what's in your brain, but it seems like if you want to have a functional relationship, you should probably be honest with your partner.
An individual. If I don't have a safe place within my own head...
Okay, Tina, I'm your partner.
Guys, you're poisoning the jury. You're poisoning the jury. What are you doing?
Yeah, but I think if it's you gotta define little white lies, right? Because malicious lies or little white lies shouldn't even matter. Like
if a couple of
white
them,
lie,
a couple of them here and there, sure. But like, wouldn't you agree
no,
if you're finding
white
out
lies
that,
should
like,
not matter.
Well, hang on, let me finish.
White lies is when you lie to the benefit of the other person or to spare their feelings.
Well, no, not necessarily.
That should not even matter.
That's not. That
Okay,
doesn't seem to be. Hang on. It doesn't seem to be the context of the lies that they're talking about here. So, like, for example,
I'm not...
her saying that, like, he gave one example. We don't know, at least I don't know about any other examples yet. But, like, one of the examples that he gave was she lied about taking the dogs out when she hadn't taken the dogs out. That's not really benefiting anyone necessarily. If anything, it's hurting the dogs.
Right, but this is the thing. I understand, but then don't call it a white lie because by definition,
okay, but I don't
it's
really
a lie.
I'm not really. I'm gonna be honest.
Feelings.
I don't care about the semantics. I'm just listening to like what they're talking about, and if there are like a lot of like little lies, because I wouldn't call that a big
little
lie.
lies. Yeah.
I
it
wouldn't
can
call it a
add
big
up. But if
lie.
it's a little
But I probably
white
wouldn't
lie,
call that a
it's
white
not.
lie either, right? A white lie, I guess, is not that bad if you're doing it for like what you think to be a good reason. Sometimes it can be good, sometimes it can be bad, right? Like technically, Cap not telling Tony about his parents was kind of a white lie, right? But that turned out badly. So not always, but regardless, we won't get distracted by that. The point is, like, if your partner is telling like a lot of little lies, I think over time, the more you find out about those, it's probably going to be really hard for you to trust them.
Correct. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
I think that's the image that's coming out here. I still want to listen to the rest of it, obviously, but that's kind of what I'm getting here. And I'm just listening to the content. When I first came in, without knowing anything, any of the buildup or anything like that, you know, I was initially on her side.
I don't know the buildup
she
either.
was calm
but
and collected, and he was all agitated.
The
but
whole-
like the more I'm listening to the actual content of what's going on, I can kind of understand why he's agitated. Now, I might not react the same way he is. I don't know what was going on before the video, so I'm just saying that right from here, and I don't know the whole background of the relationship.
But I just think it was off the bat to me. Why is she recording the conversation? Like,
I don't want to bring.
Weird,
I can consider that later. Yes, I agree that's weird. But for right now, I just want to consider the content of what's being said, and then I can sort of bring all the other things in once I hear like the full content of the recording, right? So yeah, here I'm gonna keep going.
The way that in the recording, yeah, I get it, Cinderella.
People in the recording might be using white lie different
right.
than this. Yeah, I don't really get. I'm gonna be honest. Like in things like this where they like use a white lie, whatever, incorrectly, I just kind of ignore semantics and I listen to the things that they're talking about because that's gonna tell me a lot more, right? So like he says white lie, I didn't even register that he said white lie. I didn't think about it. I'm just listening to the examples and the shit that they're talking about.
Years, and if you don't respect,
You might call it semantics, but to me, there is a difference between, let's say, you and I in a relationship, and I tell you white lies, or I'm just flat out lying to you.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
It's
I
different.
agree. I agree there's a difference. The reason I'm calling it semantics is because he gave an actual example of one of the lies, right? So at that point, I have some actual evidence to pull from rather than...
That's
them
not
just
even a
saying
white lie.
White lie. Exactly, right? So I have something to pull from here. So here, I'm gonna keep playing the video.
Me as an individual, then you can, honest to God, get the fuck out of my house.
Both of our names are on the lease, so that's not going to happen. And also, you are not
I'm
entitled.
gonna call the police.
Yeah.
I will get you out of here.
Both-
I will make a story up. I will get you out of here,
Both
Tina.
of our names are on the lease, so you will not be doing that. And
I will say my partner has been emotionally abusive, and I've asked her to leave many times. And despite the fact that I have no support system, she has refused to leave and has continued to emotionally abuse me. I need her to get out for at least a day. I need space, and she refuses. Can you please escort my partner somewhere else so that I can have some mental peace? That's what I'm going to tell them.
that's so.
I'm going to call them.
Okay.
You done?
Am I allowed?
You fucking done?
Can I just need to know. I'll give you peace if I'm allowed to be quiet. Am I allowed to be quiet, or do I have to share what's going on in my brain?
Wow. So now that you actually know that you need to be quiet, it's also my fault.
Can I be quiet?
Can you stop blaming me for shit?
Can I be quiet without you prying about what's going on? What I'm thinking.
Can you stop being a horrific partner? Can you look at me in the eyes? Can you treat me like a person? Can you treat
I don't want to speak out of turn here, because again, I would love to see more of their interactions. But I am.
Oh, it doesn't sound good.
I am hearing little red flags of like narcissistic manipulating behavior out of her.
Yeah, that's that. I know you don't want to judge to judgment, but for somebody to say, "I will call the cops and make up a story," saying that
Wait,
you're
do we know
emotionally
that?
abusive.
Wait, hang on. Do we know that he's making up that story?
No, he said it.
No,
He
said
said, "I
that's.
will make up a."
No, he didn't say I will
No,
make
he
up a
said it.
story. He said I will tell them
Rewind
that.
it.
Okay.
Rewind it.
Am I allowed to be quiet? Or do I have to share what's going on in my brain?
Wow. So, now that you actually know that you need to be quiet, it's also my fault.
Can I be quiet?
Can you stop blaming me for shit?
Can I be quiet without you prying about what's going on, what I'm thinking?
Can you stop being a horrific partner? Can you look at me in the eyes? Can you treat me like a person? Can you treat me like someone who's at your level and not someone who you can manipulate?
I don't know, sorry.
I think I
Actually abuse me. Honest to God, get the fuck out of my house.
Okay,
I don't, what am I lying to you about? I don't know what you're telling me I'm lying to you about. What's happening in my own brain? That's not fair. It's my own brain. You're not entitled to know that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, this is... Yeah, obviously, he's coming off very much more aggressive, but, like, the things that she's saying are super manipulative and, like, icky. Like, she is not being forthcoming. She's not trying to be honest. She's saying, you're not allowed to know what's in my brain, but she's not actually saying what's in her brain. Because somebody who's trying to be forthcoming and honest and open is going to be talking about the thoughts that are in their head, is going to try to be open and honest, especially with their partner who's clearly very upset right now. I don't know. I'm getting a lot of red flags out of this interaction. And he's not being the best either. But, like, I feel like people watching this are, without any other context, are going to listen to the way that he's talking from the way this recording is done and be like, wow, he's clearly making, whatever, saying all of this shit. But I also, and yeah, again, he's being, and we don't have any of the other information, he's being very forceful and strong about what he's saying. But the way that she is saying things like, oh, right, I can't have my thoughts, I can't do this, I can't do that, it sounds super manipulative to me. Well, fill me in afterwards and we'll see if I was right or wrong. But I'm hearing a lot more from her than I think this interaction outwardly shows. Oh no. Oh, fuck me.
My own head. Don't. What's happening in my own brain? That's.
Respect me as an individual, then you can, honest to God, get the fuck out of my house.
Both of our names are on the lease. So that's not going to happen. And also, you are not
I'm
entitled.
going to call the police.
Yeah,
I will get you out of here. I will make a story up. I will get you out of here,
both
Tina.
of our names are on the lease, so you will not be doing that. And
I will say my partner has been emotionally abusive, and
See, he said he would make a story up.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but he
I don't know
did
what that
say
means.
that he will. He said it. He says, "I will make a story up that
Yeah,
you're emotionally
no, he said,
abusive."
hang on. I think what he said was, I will make a story of it. And I feel like that can be interpreted a bunch of different ways. And I'm not sure. I agree that's a bit of a suspect phrase.
Is that what he said? A story
That's
of
what it
it?
sounded
I heard.
like to me.
I
Let me
make
go
a
back
story
10
up.
seconds. I'll play it again. I
Yeah, go
think he
back a
said
little.
make
Hold
a
on.
story of
Let me
it
look.
is what I think he said. But yeah, we'll play it again.
on the lease, so you will not be doing that. And
I will say my partner has been emotionally abusive, and I have asked her to leave many times. And despite the fact that I have no support system, she has refused to leave and has continued to emotionally. And my partner will get you out of here. I will make a story up. I will get you out of here.
Yeah, I will make a story of it. He almost said, he interrupted himself in the middle of the word it. If you listen very closely.
Also, you are not
I'm
entitled.
gonna call the police.
Yeah.
I will get
I
you out
hear
of here.
I will make a story
Hang
up.
on.
I'm sorry.
You just talked
I
over
don't
it. Hang
hear
on.
of it.
I'm gonna call the police.
Yeah.
I will get you out of here.
Both
I will make a story up. I will get you out of here,
Both
Tina.
The recording like literally skips right at what would be the P or the F. And then he has like half a syllable after that. So it could literally be either one. This is fucking ridiculous. Let me hear that again.
I hear
I'm
Let me hear it
gonna
again.
call the police.
Yeah.
I will get you out of here.
Both
I will make a story up. I will get you out.
I will make a story of it. That's what I think he said of it. But he interrupted himself in the word it because you hear there's a syllable afterwards. There's like half a syllable afterwards. Did you hear that? She's right. It's up. I'll make a story up. Okay. You hear that again.
You are not
I'm
entitled.
gonna call the police.
Yeah.
I will get you out of here.
Both
I will make a story up. I will get you out.
Do you not hear like that kind of half a sentence, half a syllable after that? Am I going crazy? He said, story of it, is what he said. He interrupted himself. Whatever. I will make a story of it. So Cosmic agrees with me. Cinderella agrees with you. Fuck me. Okay. I can understand that too. Here's the thing. When he says that she was emotionally abusive, that does sound very sincere to me. It doesn't sound like he's making that up. Do you agree with that, Candy?
No.
You think he's making it up?
I think he maybe needs space, and in an effort to get that space, instead of him taking the car and going for a drive and getting some fucking fresh air, he's willing to go to the point where he's willing to make up a story to get her out of there, because he's mad at her and he doesn't want to see her, I guess.
So I guess my thing is, if it's true that she's lying to him all the time, do you not think that like he probably is feeling like he's being gaslit a lot? Because that seems to be some of the interaction here. I'm feeling a little bit of gaslighting coming from her right now, right? With some of the things she's saying.
The first thing I said, right, was, isn't it strange that she's recording this? There's something to this. There's something on her end that's wrong about this.
Yeah.
That she's trying to get something out of him.
I would say that feeling like you're being gaslit is probably a form of emotional abuse. If you're like constantly gaslighting someone, I think we would consider that emotional abuse. No?
If he wanted to lie, he could make up something more. What do you mean? He's not trying to get her arrested. He's not trying to. I don't think his intent is to get her locked up over some story he makes up. I think his intent is to say enough that I'm being emotionally abused, not physically. See, physical abuse, they'll take her away. Emotional abuse, not so much. They might just say.
Do you think he genuinely believes he's being emotionally abused?
His intent is to get her out of the house? Well, that's what I'm saying. He's telling her to leave as opposed to him leaving and just kind of going out for a walk.
My question to you is, do you think he genuinely believes that he's being emotionally abused, or do you think he's making that up right now for the argument? And it's just the two of them, right? As far as he's concerned, he doesn't know he's being recorded.
I think there's more to the story, and I think it's coming from both ends. I don't think one is being more abusive than the other.
To
I
be
think they're
clear,
both kind of
to
doing
be clear, when it comes to
something.
fights in a relationship, it almost always takes two to tango, right? But
Right.
I'm definitely getting the vibe that there's a lot of like her doing this like when he says like, why is everything my fault, why is everything always my fault, that gives me some like a little bit of narcissism vibes. And so like I feel like she is probably like, no matter what happens, like if he's upset with her about something, she's, what I'm reading from that is whenever he's upset with her about something, instead of like owning it and apologizing and like trying to change and be an honest partner and work with him, her behavior is that she tries to turn it around on him all the time. That's the vibe that I'm kind of getting right now. What do you think?
I think she's up to something for sure. I think there's something not right with what she's doing.
Well,
If
with
you
the
care
with the
about
recording,
somebody and you're having an argument with them, why would you record the
yeah, I
conversation?
agree, but I'm trying to leave
There's
that
something
part out.
wrong.
I'm just trying, just for the
I
sake
know,
of like
but this
understanding.
that doesn't sit well with me. I think there's something.
I'm really just trying to analyze the behavior as much as possible and trying to leave out like the outlying situation as much as I can. And then I guess we can bring that stuff in at the end. But just from the way that they're interacting here, I'm getting the feeling that she does a lot of little lies and probably a few big lies, right? Because if you feel like totally fine about lying about little things all of the time, then there are probably some bigger things you occasionally lie about. And two, it sounds like she is not somebody who likes to accept any blame for anything or have anyone tell her that like she did anything wrong. And so she probably spends a lot of time trying to turn things around on him. That's the vibe I'm getting. Maybe I'm wrong. That's kind of what I'm picking up a little bit. And so on his side,
the vibe I'm getting is that she, by recording him, she's trying to get him.
I'm not trying to talk about the recording. I know.
I know.
But I'm trying to do
why
about
else
the recording.
record the? I know.
Yeah. And yeah, from his side, he's being pretty aggressive about it. But also like, you know, how long has this argument been going on? We don't know. This could have been building up, you know, this aggression could have been building up over the course of the argument. But also, like, you know, aggression usually doesn't help an argument out either. But also, it can be pretty human to get. I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a difficult one. We have to keep watching. And then I guess eventually they're going to give us the context in chat because they know a lot more about it than we do. But we've still got like a couple minutes left. Hey, Steele.
Today, sir.
How are you?
Today on Jordan World.
We're watching
telenovela.
We're watching some drama. You want to join us?
Watching drama?
Well, listening to drama, actually, technically, right now.
What's your drama?
This fight that a couple is having that this girl like recorded without him knowing. I'm not playing the whole thing over, Cosmic. We already stopped it so many times. At this point, we moved on from whether he said that or not. I don't know how relevant it is. I'm fine leaving it as a tie. I'm not like other Americans who can't handle a tie.
Maybe sure you can handle a tie.
I can handle a tie.
You seem a bit upset, so...
I'm very upset, okay? I'm upset! Alright, I'm gonna keep playing it. We still got a few minutes left in this.
Both of our names are on the lease, so you will not be doing that. And
I will say my partner has been emotionally abusive, and I've asked her to leave many times. And despite the fact that I have no support system, she has refused to leave and has continued to emotionally abuse me.
Yeah, see, when he says that, that sounds super genuine. That sounds like he's like, yeah, maybe he said, I'll make a story up. But when he says that thing, that sounds like he's not making it up. That sounds like how he actually feels.
I need her to get out for at least a day. I need space, and she refuses. Can you please escort my partner somewhere else so that I can have some mental peace? That's
Right.
what I'm going to tell him.
That's so.
I'm going to call him.
Okay.
You done?
Am I allowed
You
to
fucking done?
Can I just need to know. I'll give you peace if I'm allowed to be quiet. Am I allowed to be quiet? Or do I have to share what's going on in my brain?
Wow. So, now that you actually know that you need to be quiet, it's also my fault.
Can I be quiet?
Can you stop blaming me for shit?
Can I be quiet without you prying about what's going on, what I'm thinking?
Can you stop being a horrific partner? Can you look at me in the eyes? Can you treat me like a person? Can you treat me like someone who's at your level and not someone who you can manipulate?
I have no desire.
You are evil.
Peace in my brain.
And you will destroy me.
I just
You
want
will do anything
I just
it
want to be
takes,
able to
Tina.
think quietly while I brush my dogs. I just want to be able to quietly reflect on my life while I brush my dogs without you asking what I'm thinking about and prying it out of me and thinking you're entitled to know what I'm thinking about. You're not.
I'm not even your partner, Tina.
You're not treating me like a partner.
You're looking around looking for excuses, Tina. I literally am watching your body
I
language.
can't look in your
You look like one of
eyes.
those freaks on the fucking interrogation videos.
I can't look in your
Every single thing you're doing is full of shit. You're literally acting like the fucking criminals there, Tina. Like every action. I could record it. And it would be like, Tina's looking to the left while immediately, oh, he asks a question and her eyes are moving around as she's looking quickly for an answer.
trouble with eye
because she has no,
contact.
oh no, you don't, Tina.
Oh no, that sounded so bad. That was so bad. Oh no.
I do.
You are a lying, manipulative person.
I have trouble.
And you need to get out of my house.
I have trouble with eye contact.
She did it again at 1 HP voice? No.
I do.
I am going to call the cops if you don't stop lying to me, Tina. Right now. This is it. Are you done?
What am I lying to you about?
Alright.
What am I lying to you about?
Alright. Well, you gotta hide the weed.
Brad, they're not gonna. We're both on the lease. That doesn't work.
Yeah, it does. I'm gonna say my partner is emotionally abusing me, and I've asked for space endlessly, and I have no support system. I moved out here for her, and I'm trapped, and I need space. She has her mother's house. I need help.
My mom is not. You can't push me out of my own house.
Okay. Should I do this? Because this is the incident. This is what led up to it. So there's more, right? Oh boy. Should I be hearing something? To Brave Browser we go. That's not true, Candy. Sometimes people say things and they're not telling the truth, or like they'll say something and then when they go to explain it, they're like, well, I'm going to tell the truth. I mean, like, that's not necessarily true.
You are one of my abusers, so I can damn fucking right do that to you. I can kick you the fuck out of here for what the fuck you've done to me.
If you're
You
autistic,
destroyed
man,
me.
what are you talking about autistic?
Candy, you need
Cinderella.
to Candy, you need to listen to what they're saying right now. It's getting pretty crazy.
Hold on. If somebody's
I don't think
if
what
I
he's
say to
saying is
you,
that
Jordan,
crazy.
I'm gonna fucking kill you, or I'm gonna kill you, and then somebody's saying, well, maybe she didn't mean that she was gonna kill him.
Oh, come
Maybe
on.
she meant she was very upset.
That is so
She was
not
just
the same
saying,
thing.
oh my
Because like if you
fucking
listen,
God.
no,
It is the
Candy,
fucking same thing. He literally said the thing. He said it.
but Candy,
So
like
why?
sometimes here, listen, just let me give you an example, okay? Sometimes somebody might say something to like, all right, I'm so frustrated, I'll make something fucking up. And then when they're like, what are you going to say? And then you'll be like, well, I'm going to say this because you did this and this and that. And, you know, as they say it, they're actually saying the truth. I mean, like, that's not that crazy. People do that. That's not that crazy.
Anybody
And
that
it
does
sounded
that
like
is retarded.
it
It
sounded
doesn't make.
like when he
If
was
you're
saying
saying,
that. And I'm going less on the thing that he said before and more about how it sounded like he was telling the truth, right? Because when he was talking about what he was
Right.
going to say, he wasn't like pausing like to think about what he was going to say. He knew what he was going to say because he felt it. Is the way it came off to me. Right? So that's why
I know what he said, Cosmic. Yes. I understand that he said that but before that, he said, I will make up a story.
I
So
know,
I'm,
but then maybe
why
he...
would we say, well, maybe that's not what he really was abused.
Well, no,
and
he
was
said,
just
I will
saying
make a
that.
story up, or he said, I will make a story of it. He said one of those two things.
He said up. He said up. It's clear.
I don't think it's that clear, but even if he said...
Cosmic
even if
and you guys want to push this different narrative.
Wait,
So you're hearing shit
stop.
where
I'm
shit
not
is
trying
not
to
there.
push. I'm not trying to
He's
push a
up.
narrative. I'm just hearing what's going on here. I don't really care if he said make it up or make something of it, because in both cases I could see him saying the thing that he said and being truthful about it. So it doesn't really even matter to me if he said make something up, right?
Maybe to you, not to me. I think it makes a difference.
I mean,
I think it makes a big difference between you telling me you're gonna make something up about me, like saying, "Oh, she did this, she did that, that was terrible," uh, or you saying, "I will make something of it, of
but then
something,
also,
of
like,
what?
if
What are you
someone's
gonna
making something up, won't their cadence usually show that? They're not going to have it, like, ready to go like he did, right? We're just, we're exactly, Cinderella. We're not saying your explanation isn't possible, but you're saying that ours isn't possible, which I don't think is true.
Yes.
I think it's possible.
I think yours. The way, if somebody said to me, "Oh, I'll make something of it," of what? Like, what exactly? You gonna make a story of? That would be my response.
Of the
what?
situation. Of the situation.
Right. Of what? But she's letting him. I'll make it up. So, but when somebody say, "I'll make a story up," and then proceeds to tell you,
wait, here, I
what
have another
is the
question.
story they're gonna make up?
Those
then
things
that's
that he
pretty
was saying,
clear.
based on what we've heard so far, when he said, my partner is emotionally abusive for this and this and this and this reason, right? Do you think that he was lying about that based on like what we already heard before? Because one of the reasons why I think he's telling the truth there isn't just because of the earnestness in his voice, but also because of the interaction that we've heard leading up to it.
I agree with you, but not for the same reasons you.
Okay.
You think it's the earnestness in his voice. I think she's up to something because the fact that she's recording him.
Well, that's fine
and
then.
she's kind of antagonizing him.
Okay, but then if we're on the same page about it, even if it's for different reasons, does it really matter?
Yeah, I don't know. Does it?
I don't think so. I think it's fine.
Do I think is part? I think it seems to me this is a toxic. This is like Xena and that fucking other.
Well, I mean,
kid
it might
relationship.
about to be. I kind of want to hear the second
I
part
think
because
this
it's
is
going.
like a Xena. What's his
Candy,
name? And the Dean.
Darius.
Xena and Dean. Darius and Xena. I think
she
they're
said
both
Dean.
abusive.
Everybody use the Dean emote. Use the Dean emote.
I'm sorry.
No. You just said it, and now we have to use the Dean Withers emote because I added a Dean Withers emote. And it's
That's
just funny.
Dean. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot
The
of
pizza
these
guy.
journalists, to be honest. I don't follow them.
The pizza's getting cold guy.
This kid.
He's one of the microaggression guys.
Awful. Yes.
Yeah.
He's a retard. Anyways, but that to me it's like a Xena and and the other guy argument. You know what I mean? Like I think they're both being abusive, but I think she's trying to get dirt on him or something. Or...
I don't know so much more outside than what I'm hearing. Yeah. I think he's definitely being more aggressive in the conversation, but based on the like the content of their interactions, I feel like she is probably the more emotionally abusive one, but apparently it's about to pop the fuck off. So I kind of want to keep playing it.
Right, but don't you think that again, part of the manipulation to me is the fact that you can tell she's being very measured in her answers.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like any other person said, "Oh, I want you to out my house. I'm gonna kick you out. Get the fuck out." Your response would be like, "I ain't fucking leaving." You know what I mean? Like
well, and then another thing that really
why don't you fucking leave?
The thing that made me fucking laugh was when she was like, "I have trouble maintaining eye contact." I was like, that sounds like something she has said a bunch of times as an excuse for her doing little things that make it look like she's lying when she's lying. Like the way she said that felt like she's used that as an excuse a bunch of times.
That seems very, the fact that she's being, because again, a normal response, if you're in the middle, why the fuck do you want me to leave? Why don't you go out? If you need space between us, why the fuck don't you go out and take the dogs for a walk? Or, take the car and take a drive. Like that would be my
response. It seems like this has been going
why
on
do
for a
I
long
have
time.
to leave?
He's at the end of his
rope, but I'm saying, like, if you said to me that, right? Even if it's going on for a long time, and you're telling me get the fuck out.
Candy, I would never say that to you. We would just yell at each other until you hang up on me. You know how that goes.
But the thing is that I'm saying, like, the normal response would be like, why the fuck should I leave?
Okay, chat is yelling at me to continue this, and I think we should because
hold on.
Okay, last thing before I keep playing it. Okay.
The point is that my point I'm trying to make is like she's being very measured on what she's not saying. Mm-hmm. You could tell she's holding back and letting him say what he wants to say, while she's kind of like the cry was like that was fake.
Yeah. The reason why I'm trying not to include the recording so much into my interpretation is because I feel like the fact that we know there's a recording and that she knows there's a recording sort of poisons it a little bit. And so but anyway, they're all yelling at us to watch this.
I thought he was going to figure her out when he said, "Be honest, tell me the truth, Tina."
Yeah,
something like that.
I thought she would, but she didn't.
I thought he was gonna catch her recording him.
But we let's keep watching because they're all telling us to keep watching, and it's about to be crazy. I already heard a little bit of it, and it's crazy. So when I pressed play before, so let's keep this going.
You are one of my abusers, so I can damn fucking right do that to you. I can kick you the fuck out of here for what the fuck you've done to me. You've destroyed me.
All I've ever wanted to do is support
Stop lying to me for once. Look at me in the eyes and stop lying to me. Stop being such a wimp.
All I've ever
Look at me and accept what you have done to me. Do you see what I've become? You've killed me. You promised me everything. You lied to me.
What did I promise?
Look at me in the fucking eyes and say that again. Look at me!
Swear to me! Sorry, I had to.
Hey!
That's so funny. I did Batman, and then you did Joker. Look at me! With Joker, yeah. Yeah, we were both on that Batman ride. You are my brother, Anakin. I love you. I hate you! Yeah.
Get out of my house! Get out of my fucking house!
Don't do it, don't do it. Don't.
You're blind.
Did she almost say you're hurting me? I feel like she was about to say you're hurting me, but he wasn't actually, and so I'm looking too much into that. But it almost felt like she was gonna say that.
Don't.
You are evil. Like, you're evil.
I don't.
Stop. Stop, bro. Oh my god. I don't know if I can even rewind and listen that to. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. This is so bad, I'm having an existential crisis right now. Fuck me, dude. That was so fake sounding. Holy shit. Okay. Ooh. Oh no. Oh, dude. No. Oh, bro.
That was fake. That was fake.
Oh.
That was so.
Oh, I'm still recovering from that. That was rough. He sounded like,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
he obviously
I shouldn't
was.
laugh.
Obviously he was screaming, but like that was like desperate. That seemed to me like desperation. Like he feels like he's tried everything and he's at the absolute end of his rope. Like
He does sound unhinged, like pretty unhinged.
yeah, for sure.
I don't mean to laugh. Her reaction is like so fake.
Oh my god, that's gonna. Oh,
my God.
bro.
I should know that.
I'm trying to recover from that. That was bad.
I'm sorry.
Why are you saying I'm sorry?
Because I've been in a situation myself. I just briefly talked to you. I never got into it.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't find this funny, but
I don't know
it's
if I
her
find it
acting.
funny. I
It's her
actually
acting.
find it painful.
I find her acting hilarious.
That's what I mean. Like I am getting some like super secondhand cringe. Like hardcore secondhand cringe. Okay.
She's trying real hard, that's for sure.
Okay. Cosmic. Cinderella.
Right. So what's the story,
Give us
guys?
the story. Give us the context. Are we retarded? What happened? My God, that was shameful. Okay. The internet has canceled Brad. For that?
Canceled Brad. Who's Brad? The guy in the recording?
Yeah. Okay. What were the logs Tiny went over? What did they show us? How long do I think it lasted? I don't know. It seems like they've been together for at least a couple years or something. Probably more. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, I don't. Brad Chase, he's
Music reviewer.
on it? Oh, music reviewer. Yeah, at the beginning he sounded a little like slurry, like he was
5
drunk
years.
to me. Like something was weird.
What did the texts tell us? What did the texts tell us, though? What is this?
They were together 5 years. So
this is definitely a multi-year
wait.
relationship.
Hold on. Why? Okay, wait. Go back.
What?
He said, Cosmic Sun, the internet has canceled Brad because of this recording. So this recording was released. I mean, obviously it's released because
at least one is edited. Yeah, but tell me about the content. You're telling me that you guys learned a lot of context here. What did we learn? What, it's just this dude? Video screen recording in case he deletes it because this is insanity recording for yourself.
it wasn't edited by her. It had to be her. I don't think he has the brain power to. I don't know. Is it? Was it by her? I'm thinking it was her.
Yeah, I almost got married. Good to know I didn't get carried away. Cause of the shit that she would say, just to ruin my fucking day.
But I thought he didn't have a support.
It's like black man on my iPod.
He has nobody. You have your mother.
She was letting people think that I beat her just so that she can stay out of it. Oh man, I really hope she feels proud of it.
I'm just. This is where I'm gonna. Without knowing any more than I do, I'm gonna put my hand on this. I think it's like Athena and the other guy.
Good to know I didn't get carried. The bad bitch needs to pipe down.
Managed to catch him.
Simply I yell at her.
Bait him enough to catch him.
Mute for a second and listen to the thing that I'm watching.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hold on.
I'm just a messenger. Look, a true story. I was yelling at the bitch. Yeah, what she do for me? But ruin my life. Ruining my shit, thinking I'd be her. Wait, no, that she'd be my wife. No, I did get that right the first time. Oh man, I'm just waiting. No, I didn't. This a hurt line. The bad bitch, they coming after me. Assault and battery is what they claim. They say that I've been running away from the truth. Can I commit assault and battery against my girl? You know, the one I love, the one who's my entire world. And she believes this. Don't know how she's deceived herself into this, but really no, I see it. See, here's the reality. It's called the having a platform mentality. See, people think that it's the thing that you should strive for. Nah, man, it was the thing I was no longer gonna be alive for. Oh man, working 5 to 4. Yeah, man, what a chore. I think I'd rather see what life is like if I think I'd rather just end it right now. Yeah. So I said it out loud. I recorded a 20-minute suicide note, man. I wish I could remember the quotes, man. I was so mad when she stitched to the couch. Man, took too many years of my life. Thought she would be my wife. Man, this just isn't quite right. Truly thought that we would make it anywhere. Man, I was not prepared for whenever she got scared, man. It's like she saw a different man in me. Bad bitch, but she looks like a manatee. Yeah. Oh man, she's not a fan of me. Yeah, bad bitch, but she cares too much about her vanity. Yeah.
What? Bro! Did you even listen to what he was saying in there? What is this fucking interpretation? Is everybody insane? Send it to me in Discord. Hang on. Am I crazy right now? But was he literally just talking about how much she fucked him up? Like, where in there was it him saying that? Am I crazy? Did I mishear that? I must have misheard that, right? Wait, what? Well, here, delete it from general. Just DM it to me or put it in stream topics. Cosmic, did you watch these? Did you watch these videos? Am I going crazy, or is everybody in this comment section, like, are they just making it up? Are they lying? Like, did they not hear what he was saying in there? Or am I just, like, mishearing it? Yeah! This guy was, like, pouring his heart out about how this woman fucked up his whole brain. I didn't hear a single thing in there that was like, oh, I'm making fun of what happened. What the fuck? What? I don't see a single person actually saying any substance. Just what a scumbag. What a piece of shit. Nobody's at...
To be honest, I didn't understand what he was saying.
Bro. There's no substance here.
I didn't understand what he was saying, honestly. Maybe maybe when they post the recording, I can hear it on my headphones.
Okay,
I
let's
can
see
hear
some
it
of these
better.
other
But
comments. What are the comments here? Maybe someone in the comments section. It sounded to me like he was fucking pouring his feelings out because he was all fucked in the head. And he didn't even leak it. Someone else did. What?
I am.
Cosmic.
Can't tell.
Is that what you got from it as well? I know, Candy. I know. I don't know if I want to play it again because I already listened to it. But if you pull up his link, you can listen to them yourself. It'll probably sound better on your headphones.
Where is it? Yes. Where is the
It's in chat. Cosmic posted the link further up.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the interview.
No, earlier in the chat.
Okay, let's go up.
But Cosmic, is that what you got from it? Did you get the same thing from it that I did? Okay, you guys are posting a lot of links right now, okay? I need direct interaction for a second. Did you get the same thing from this that I did, Cosmic? Yeah, but even without info, is it just because he's smiling? Is that it? That's so stupid. Yeah, and he's probably like letting out a lot of like built up emotion that he's been like running up for like a while, right? Like that's you're gonna feel good to get that off your fucking chest. Bro, what is happening? Why are people like this? All right, let me see what Tiny said. And then I'll take a look at the interview.
I don't know. That
Oh,
recording's
we've
a bit
got two
weird.
parts. Okay. You guys gave me a timestamp here and a timestamp here. What's our differences here? Oh. Yeah, I know, but like what are our timestamps here? I don't know, let's just see.
No. Brad Taste. Point isn't to show the video. Point isn't show. Whatever. Listen.
The
That was my
interview.
first
Okay, yeah.
fucking.
The interview
idea,
is
was
in
to
the
go
top.
Leaked off. Why is it saving? Oh, that's right. I have it saved on my computer. What am I doing? I should. The point is. Whatever.
Okay,
Whatever.
that's
Okay. Whatever.
the other one.
Whatever.
Scroll up a little bit. It's not that far. This interview here.
You are one of my abusers, so I can
I just wanted to. I think I should start with this. Anyway, the point is, this is the audio. I'm actually just going to go through the whole way to show you that this is what Destiny is defending, right? This is what Destiny's defending. There's actually more context to this of how it starts, whatever, but I do want to show this.
right to that to you. I can kick you.
Really? You didn't watch the first part.
I had my elbow was touching the like route. I have like a 10 keyless keyboard, guys. I have a 10 keyless keyboard, and my elbow was touching the like right mouse button. I thought my computer was fucking possessed by a ghost. Actually, it was so funny. I was scared. I was scared. Like, what the fuck is going on?
You are one of my abusers, so I can damn fucking right to that to you. I can kick you the fuck out of here for what the fuck you've done to me. You've destroyed me.
He's like spitting. It's epic.
Stop
It's not
lying to
epic.
me
It's
for once.
disgusting.
Look at me in the eyes and stop lying to me. Stop being such a wimp. Look at me and accept what you have done to me. Do you see what I've become? You've killed me. You promised me everything. You lied to me. Look at me in the fucking eyes and say that again.
It's like you can say, listen, you can say that like Brad has an issue with her and that they're in a relationship and maybe it's going to end up in a shouting match. But this is insane. And you know, as funny as it is it's like look at me in the eyes, right? So it's not just that Brad has this issue; it's that he wants that. I feel like that is quite a telling
That's not
line
an
in this
interview.
whole thing,
That's
right? Is
the
look at me
person
in the eyes when you
commenting
talk.
on it.
Yeah, what is this?
Yeah, that's not an interview. That's a random guy commenting on, listening to it and commenting on. Look at the other one. The one from X? Oh, so it's okay. So he listens to the call and then he interviews her?
No, the other timestamp?
Yeah, I don't need to listen to him listening to that. I mean, we already heard it. The other YouTube video. The other YouTube. The other.
Life to tell me that I was experiencing abuse. And this is someone that I trust and that I know is very wise and emotionally mature. And them saying, Tina, this is abuse. I took that.
Oh my god.
the like the restraining order.
Okay.
I sent you 6 screenshots that
Let me see. These are so are you
Okay.
so funny. That was from high school.
You're probably not. I'm not gonna take you lying to me anymore. That's what you actually care about. I'm done with your lies. You don't mind dealing with cops, and that's fine, I guess. Okay, taking my shit and leaving, so I was bitch. You enjoy your free fucking Airbnb and free everything else. I think the host of the Airbnb might call the cops on us if there's yelling. This is one of the edited ones. Is there... Where is it edited? The first one? This is the first one.
There. You gotta scroll forward to find it. Like
The really long one that
he
was...
listens to the call
okay.
first.
Alright, well,
And
let's
then
look
he
through
starts
all
to
of
talk.
them. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Alright.
Yeah, it's just more. I kind of read through some of them. It's more of the measured answers. Like she was already recording all of these. Like you could tell, just like she was recording the conversation, she was because her answers are very. Oh, I'm just saying, they might call the neighbors might call the cops if they hear yelling. Like that's not. That's not a normal response. Not to me, it isn't. I think she was very measured in what she was saying, and she was recording the whole thing.
So
Get
right here, right now, honestly, when we were at the blank office, I tried comforting you, you grabbed my fingers, threw my hair away, it hurt pretty bad. It still hurts a little. It's the first time that something caused me direct physical pain, really shook me up. So I just started pulling the Airbnb address up right away when we got in the car because I wanted to just get out of there, and I knew it would take me a while to pull up because I can't see well. I'm also really confused about what happened when we walked into the... Bro, fucking get it together. Why are you jumping like this? Okay. What? Also really confused about what happened when we walked into the B&B. I mentioned that she is a record player. And upset with me saying something about me mentioning things you should be doing. So it started the yelling. And then I tried telling you that I was worried the cops would get called because the Airbnb host downstairs. You scream louder. Genuinely says you don't silently and able to speak and feeling that often lately, and then trying to work on communication just like me. Been feeling very very shut down. My fingers were aching in the car on the way to the Airbnb, and I just cried because I didn't have the energy for the argument. That would have occurred when I told you that something you did hurt me. That's how exhausted I am. Okay. Yeah, I see that it's edited, but we don't know what that edit is. Grabbed my fingers and threw my hand away, and it hurt pretty bad. Okay. I mean, that's not like hitting her or anything, but that's not good either. I'm hurting you in the blank office. I'm personally fucking pissed that you held that in instead of stepping up and addressing that hurt you like a real person. If it really meant something to you, then makes you look really shitty now for waiting until I fucked up for you to tell me. Now it's easier to say. Oh. That's it? That's it? Okay. Well, what? Okay. You're really not, I'm not going to take you lying to me anymore. That's what you actually care about in some of your lives. You don't mind dealing with the cops, then that's fine, I guess. You take my shit and leave yourself. I'm very glad you enjoy your free fucking Airbnb and free everything else. Okay, we already saw that one. Ugh. Okay. Is that all? Is that all of them? Okay. That's it. That's all the texts. Oh, jeez. He didn't react in the best way either, and I grant that. That being said, this should not have been like a big public thing. It's not great, obviously. She was not great. He was not perfect. It's obviously not a good relationship. Never should have been a public thing. He shouldn't have gotten canceled. Relationships don't always end pretty, okay? Everybody needs to grow the fuck up. This should never have been a public thing.
I said amen, brother.
Yeah.
Amen, brother. Preach it. Yeah. It should never gone to that point, but she knew that she knew what she was doing. She knew what she was trapping him into doing.
This was not
basically playing what they normally do. I think this is not after 5 years. This, or if you felt threatened, right, or something was really wrong, you would have left this fucking guy, right? But she made it a point to get text and audio, and she's sneaky bitch. She's a sneaky bitch. Yeah.
Look, it seems to me like after looking at all of this, neither one of them acted in like a perfectly moral way. There are criticisms I could
another
give to
Z9,
both of them.
the fucking
And Darius, just less crazy. But like after looking at this, like
stop it.
We shouldn't have ever seen this. None of us should have ever seen this. This should have stayed between them. This shouldn't have been public. People who are reacting about him in like the way that we saw on that X post are fucking crazy virtue signalers who probably haven't been in like a real relationship. Yeah, this just should never have been on the internet. Okay, let's see. I can't. I'm still on YouTube. All right. Bye, YouTube. Fuck you. We love you. Bye.